Chapter 362. Why do you wish for him to return to the Du clan? Du Qi looked at Du Yunxin, his clear eyes flickering with emotions. After all, we are of the same clan, and the blood of the Du clan flows in our veins. Only with the Du clan's prosperity can the Du clan continue to prosper, Du Yunxin said. Don't forget the calamity his father brought about back then. His fine hair covered his smooth forehead and drooped down to his thick and long eyelashes. Du Qi seemed to be thinking about something, then continued to look at Du Yunxin and said, "For the entire Du family, it's better to stay away from him. No matter how strong he is, can he really be compared to Big Brother and Second Brother?" Speaking of the prosperity of the Du family, Big Brother and Second Brother are the true hope of the Du family's future. Du Yunxin's eyebrows slightly widened as she looked at Du Qi. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she stared at the bright moon in front of her quietly, her dress and hair swaying slightly. So, under the veil of night and the moonlight, two figures flitted across the sky. Under the cover of the moonlight, Du Xiaoqing's purple robe fluttered in the wind. Her ink-black hair reflected a gentle luster, and her large eyes twinkled like stars. Her eyelashes fluttered softly as she looked at Du Xiaofu innocently and asked, "Brother, is it allowed to rob people in Tianwu Academy?" "No, the people in Tianwu Academy are our own people. You can't rob them." Looking at Du Xiaoqing's seemingly harmless face, Du Xiaofu could only feel helpless. At this moment, Ghost Claw, who was sealed in Du Xiaofu's hands, had a pale face. The dried blood stains on his body made him look even more miserable. So, two figures landed on the huge square at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. Under the moonlight, two lone peaks stood tall amidst the mountain ranges, looking like dragons with their heads held high. On the mountain to the left, on a flat cliff, there were four ancient words Tianwu Academy written in flamboyant calligraphy. Is this Tianwu Academy? What a comfortable place! Du Xiaoqing looked around. When she arrived at this place, she also felt that there was an ancient and sacred aura everywhere, which made her feel very comfortable. Looking at the Tianwu Academy before him, Du Xiaofu's heart stirred. Countless experts had emerged from this place, and were conferred the title of Marquis. Their radiance illuminated the land, and now that they had returned, he felt as though he had returned home. "Is anyone there? I, Du Xiaofu, am back." Suddenly, Du Xiaofu let out a loud shout. His voice was accompanied by profound energy, and it immediately spread out in the night sky. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the surging sound waves spread out, startling countless resting ferocious birds in the surrounding mountains. Ferocious beasts roared and hissed in low voices. Whoosh! In a short period of time, more than 10 young men and women ran out of the door. When they saw Du Xiaofu clearly, their faces were immediately filled with surprise. "It's Senior Du. Senior Du is back. It's really Senior Du." These young men and women were all freshmen of Tianwu Academy, and naturally, they recognized Du Xiaofu. In order to retrieve the stolen profound spirit heavenly vine, Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others entered the Dark City to seize it. In the end, the general and the others returned safely. However, Fire Blade Biming Feng had fallen, and Du Xiaofu was in a perilous situation. "Senior Du, you're back?" "Greetings, Senior Du." Upon seeing Du Xiaofu, the freshmen were both surprised and delighted. They immediately surrounded him enthusiastically. "I'm back. This fellow is Ghastly Claw. I'll leave him to you." Looking at the surprised faces of the young men and women, Du Xiaofu smiled. After being outside for so long, he truly felt as though he had returned home. He casually tossed Ghastly Claw over to them. Ghastly Claw is said to be a martial lord expert. "That bastard is Ghastly Claw? I heard that he killed many of our Tianwu Academy's students." A few of the more courageous young men stepped forward and kicked Ghastly Claw. Walala, at this moment, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from within Tianwu Academy. A large number of flying demonic beasts flapped their wings, and a strong gust of wind howled in the air. There were also many young men floating in the air. Figures landed one after another, and there were even some who ran out of Tianwu Academy. Under the moonlight, everyone's gaze immediately turned to the resolute face under the moonlight. Du Xiaofu, it's really Du Xiaofu. He's back. The students of Tianwu Academy exclaimed in shock. Their faces were filled with surprise, and they were all overjoyed. Senior Du captured Ghastly Claw. Where is Ghastly Claw? Let me see. That bastard killed many of our academy's students. Beat him up. Following which, countless young men surrounded the pitiful Ghastly Claw. The pitiful Ghastly Claw was beaten up by the students of Tianwu Academy. He screamed in agony, but he couldn't make a sound. His eyes and face were twitching uncontrollably. I knew that you would be fine. A figure streaked across the night sky, and in a few flashes, he appeared beside Du Xiaofu. He had a clean and fair face, a tall and straight figure, and light red hair draped over his shoulders. His dark red eyes rippled, and he exuded an indescribable aura of authority and devilish evilness. How did you know that I would be fine? Du Xiaofu lifted his head to look at the young man before him. Who else could this fellow be other than the demon-exterminating sword, Li Yuxiao? Because good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. Thus, it shouldn't be a problem for you to live for a few hundred or 1,000 years. How could anything happen to you? Amidst the night sky, a series of whooshing sounds could be heard. A figure was the first to arrive before Du Xiaofu. Then, a muscular young man with a faint bronze complexion appeared before him. His facial features were distinct and deep, and he exuded an extraordinary aura. Following behind the muscular young man, several figures descended. A young man dressed in a pitch-black robe stepped forward. His handsome face was as though a sculpture, and the sharp glint in his eyes made one not dare to underestimate him. Looking at the muscular young man and Du Xiaofu, he said, "Good people don't live long, while scourges live for 1,000 years. If that's the case, this fellow should be able to live for at least 10,000 years. 1,000-year-old tortoise? How can you say such things about Junior Du?" A woman in red smiled faintly. She was dressed gorgeously, half of her soft breasts were covered, and her armor-like short skirt was wrapped around her perky buttocks. Her long and slender legs were exposed all the way down to her fair thighs. Her eyes were charming and seductive, but her face was plain and elegant. Her entire person exuded a kind of soft and tender feeling. "It's good that you're fine." Another red-robed lady stepped forward and walked out slowly. She was light and tender, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was perfect. Her temperament was otherworldly, and her nose was tall and straight. Her red lips were glossy and moist, and her temperament was otherworldly. "It's so late at night, can you not shout so loudly?" The last young man stepped forward and glanced at Du Xiaofu. His black hair was tied behind his head, and a few strands of hair fell to his ears. He was handsome, and his eyes were deep and dark. On each of his wrists there was a strange and ancient rune bracelet. "Why are you all here?" Looking at the people who came, Du Xiaofu smiled. They were the general, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Gu Xinyan, and Guo Xiaofeng. "You were shouting so loudly that we thought you were being hunted down," Gu Xinyan said to Du Xiaofu. In her beautiful eyes light bloomed. Standing next to Wu Kei, she looked like an angel and a devil. "You caught Ghost Claw?" Ghost Child noticed that Ghost Claw was being trampled by many students, and asked Du Xiaofu in shock. "Yes, I met him by chance. I taught him a lesson and brought him back," Du Xiaofu said. "You taught him a lesson by yourself?" Guo Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. He knew Ghost Claw's strength. Gu Xinyan, the general, and a few others looked at Ghost Claw, who was still being trampled by many students. Seeing his broken arms and legs, they were afraid that Du Xiaofu must have taught him a lesson. Yes, that old man's strength is not bad. It's not easy to teach him a lesson, Du Xiaofu said. Huff huff. Everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they heard this. From the looks of it, the strength of that ferocious fellow had definitely improved by a frightening amount during this period of time. That kind of training speed was practically flying, causing them to be unable to show their faces. Big brother, who are they? Du Xiaoqing poked her head out and curiously looked at Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, the general, and the others. Then, she blinked her big eyes and wanted to confirm with Du Xiaofu again. Big brother, can we really not rob them? But I feel that robbing them should be fun. The general, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, Gu Xinyan, and the others were also looking at Du Xiaoqing. Just as they were thinking that Du Xiaofu had kidnapped such a pure and innocent girl, they suddenly heard Du Xiaoqing's words and could only look at each other. Then, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and the others looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu. Without a doubt, everyone thought that this pure and innocent girl must have been led astray by that scourge Du Xiaofu. It really isn't me, Du Xiaofu felt helpless. There was no way to explain. Are you really back? Amidst the growing crowd, several beautiful figures flew out from Tianwu Academy. One of them immediately landed beside Du Xiaofu. Her tight attire wrapped around her devilish figure, accentuating her long and slender legs, her firm buttocks, and her slender waist, forming a perfect and alluring arc. Of course it's me. Du Xiaofu smiled. The person who came was Ouyang Shuang. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he immediately pulled Du Xiaoqing to Ouyang Shuang's side and said, "You came at the right time. I'll leave this girl to you. Can you let her stay in the academy for now?" "She is?" Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaoqing and asked in confusion. "My name is Du Xiaoqing." Du Xiaoqing raised her head and looked at Ouyang Shuang with her beautiful eyes. "She's my younger sister. It's a long story, I'll tell you in detail in the future," Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang. "All right, let her come to my place first. It shouldn't be a problem for her to stay in the academy for now." Ouyang Shuang nodded. With their status, bringing a relative to stay in the academy for a few days wasn't a problem as long as no one deliberately made things difficult for them. Chapter 363. Junior Du, long time no see. A bell-like voice rang out. Among the several beautiful figures who had just arrived with Ouyang Shuang, a seductive woman in a slit dress walked over to Du Xiaofu's side. Her outfit was even more glamorous than that of the netherworld princess Wu Kei, the slit of her dress reaching all the way up to her thighs. Her long, slender, and fair legs attracted the hot gazes of many boys. Her strapless tights could not hide her soft, almost boneless waist, and her fair, deep cleavage was seductive to the extreme. Seeing this seductive woman, Du Xiaofu was momentarily stunned. Du Xiaofu naturally knew this girl. She was Li Shui, whom he had met in the heavenly martial seal stage. Seniorly, Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously stood behind Li Yuxiao, letting her stand in front of him. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze involuntarily fell on her slender, fair legs. Unknowingly, his gaze also fell on the seductive cleavage in front of Li Shui's chest. "Junior Du, don't hide. I have something I need to talk to you about." Li Shui did not seem to notice Du Xiaofu's retreat at all. Her curvaceous body straightened, and in a single step, she stood in front of Du Xiaofu. "The moonlight is not bad today." Li Yuxiao raised her head to look at the sky. Her head held high, her hands behind her back, she took a few steps forward and walked away. She had no intention of being Du Xiaofu's shield at all. "The moonlight tonight is not bad." Beside him, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng and the others also seemed to have a tacit understanding, quietly stepping away. "I'm going to take a look at Ghost Claw." The general's face was full of righteousness. As his voice fell, he quickly walked towards Ghost Claw, who was being beaten up by many of the academy's students. "I'm also going to take a look at Ghost Claw." Gu Xinyan walked away with small steps, her beautiful eyes shining brightly, appearing especially dazzling and deep in the night. You all, Du Xiaofu helplessly glared at the general and the others. Then, he looked at Li Shui beside him and said, I wonder why senior sister is looking for me? I'm here to tell you that someone called Qiangu Yu has been looking for you. Be careful when you get there, Qiangu Yu said. Li Shui smiled as she moved closer to Du Xiaofu's side. Her seductive figure was perfect and alluring. She was almost sticking close to Du Xiaofu's body. Her slender, fair and tender legs were tightly pressed against Du Xiaofu's thighs. At this moment, Li Shui did not seem to care about how many young men around her were already bleeding from their noses. Her pink and tender red lips were slightly pouted, as if she was trying to entice them to kiss her. She moved closer to Du Xiaofu's ear and said, That fellow is very powerful. However, if you can teach him a lesson, don't hold back when the time comes. This concerns my lifetime happiness. Okay, I got it. Du Xiaofu immediately nodded. Smelling the seductive fragrance coming from her body, he immediately took a step back to get as far away from her as possible. However, Du Xiaofu immediately thought that the fragrance was very pleasant. Moreover, those slender and fair legs seemed to stimulate the blood circulation of people who looked at them. He could not help but take another look. Ha ha! Li Shui saw this and smiled, the corners of her mouth forming an extremely charming arc. She did not know if it was intentional or not, but her eyes moved slightly. Suddenly, she became shy and charming. She leaned forward and gently whispered in Du Xiaofu's ear, Junior brother, you have been staring at my legs and chest. There are so many people here, you will make me embarrassed. How about this, you come to my place and I'll let you have a good look. If you want to touch them, it's okay. Senior sister, I'll go take a look at Ghost Claw. Du Xiaofu was stunned when he heard these words. His face immediately flushed red and he hurriedly left, as if he was running for his life. He hurriedly rushed towards the general. PFFF. Li Shui looked at the departing Du Xiaofu and suddenly burst into laughter. Li Shui, do you want me to cut ties with you? Yang Shuang finally could not hold it in any longer. Her large and beautiful eyes stared at Li Shui, her red lips slightly parted as she said, You are purposely causing trouble for him. Why are you jealous? Li Shui did not mind. Her graceful and seductive body gently wrapped around Yang Shuang's arm. Her protruding chest, intentionally or unintentionally, lightly rubbed against Yang Shuang's arm. She blinked her beautiful eyes, looked at Yang Shuang and softly said, Don't be so stingy, lend me your brother. I guarantee that he won't break. As her voice fell, Li Shui purposely blinked her eyes. Her face was charming and shy as she said, Since that guy is not your biological brother, why don't you use him together? If you don't mind, I won't mind. In your dreams, why should my man be used together with you? Yang Shuang heard these words and instantly glared at Li Shui. Her proud figure was not below Li Shui's as she said, Li Shui, if you tease him again, I will cut ties with you. As her voice fell, Yang Shuang pulled Du Xiaoqing and left. Her peerless face unknowingly had a slight blush, adding to her shyness. Li Shui looked at Yang Shuang's graceful back and smiled, full of charm and seduction. Swoosh swoosh, more and more people came. Many teachers also appeared in the square outside the academy. Following which, a few elders flew over and immediately arrived in front of Ghost Claw. That's General Budian Shan He, Jade Maiden Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan and the rest. 9 Nether Young Master, Ghost Child and Netherworld Princess Wu Kei are also here. Outside the academy, the number of students was still increasing. Seeing the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child and the rest, who were rarely seen, caused a great commotion. After several elders came and handed Ghost Claw over to the elders, the general, Gu Xinyan, Du Xiaofu and the rest also hurriedly left. After handing Du Xiaoqing over to Yang Shuang, Du Xiaofu had just arrived at the school's chore area and was about to return to the dormitory when he saw many registered students rushing out of the chore area. One by one, the registered students were discussing the news that Du Xiaofu had captured Ghost Claw and returned to the academy. They planned to go and watch the show. Among the crowd were Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji and the rest. After stopping the three of them, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to greet the group of registered students before returning to the dormitory with Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji amidst cheers. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had returned unscathed, Wu Qingfeng and the others were elated. Du Xiaofu also learned from the three of them that they had already won the competition and had become official disciples. However, the three of them had no intention of leaving the registered students' dormitory. The reason was simple. Since Du Xiaofu was staying here, they had no intention of moving out. After chatting for a while, it was already late at night. Only then did they return to their rooms to rest. The news that Du Xiaofu had captured Ghost Claw and returned to Tianwu Academy immediately spread throughout the entire academy. The next morning, the first ray of light shone through the horizon, enveloping the mountains. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in a room with a sword behind his back. His body was enveloped in a dazzling white glow and an ancient aura emanated from him, stirring one's soul. Who? As the white glow receded, strands of profound mysteries flowed into his body. His eyelashes fluttered and he opened his clear eyes. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. I should be breaking through soon. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as a smile surfaced on his resolute face. He could feel that the Naiwan palace in his mind was brimming with mental energy. Faintly, Du Xiaofu felt that he was about to make another breakthrough in the Soul Symbol Master stage. The feeling of wanting to make another breakthrough was faintly discernible and could only be felt through his intuition. It was extremely mysterious. Roar! A moment later, the roar of a tiger could be heard above the miscellaneous area. A ferocious king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and flew over, attracting the attention of many registered students. When Du Xiaofu walked out of the courtyard, a gust of wind swept over. A ferocious huge tiger appeared in front of Du Xiaofu intimately. Brother, on the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, Du Xiaoqing jumped down. Her originally ill-fitting purple robe was gone and replaced with a new green dress. The skirt was decorated with silver threads. The dress fluttered in the wind. Her ethereal big eyes sparkled like stars and her eyelashes fluttered softly. She was like a budding lotus flower, elegant, pure and innocent. Behind Du Xiaoqing, Yang Shuang landed gracefully on her giant tiger. Her graceful figure appeared cold and firm. Her big and beautiful eyes were cold and elegant. Du Xiaofu stroked the king-scaled demonic tiger, then looked at Du Xiaoqing and said to Yang Shuang, "Why are you here so early? Little Qing is dressed up well. I asked for new clothes from my junior sister. I really don't understand how you are a brother. You actually let little Qing wear your clothes. It doesn't matter if it doesn't fit and look good. It's also full of the smell of your sweat." Yang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, but there was nothing he could say. "Why are you guys here so early? Uncle Shi asked me to inform you that the elders want to see you," Yang Shuang said. When? Du Xiaofu was not surprised. The mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine was still with him. The elders of the academy would naturally look for him. "Now, the elders are waiting for you in the elder courtyard," Yang Shuang said. "Now?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and said, "Just in time. I also want to look for them. It's not nice to deduct my points." Chapter 364. On the way to the elder compound, Du Xiaofu learned quite a bit about the academy's elders from Yang Shuang. It was said that there were quite a number of elders in the academy. Most of them were in seclusion and were rarely seen. Yang Shuang did not know exactly how many elders there were. Generally speaking, Tianwu Academy was divided into the Martial Department and the Talisman Department. The Talisman Department was slightly more complicated and was further divided into the Medicine Department, the Weapon Department, and the Formation Department. The martial department was managed by Elder He Hu, Elder Liao, and Elder Fu. Elder Murong Shi was in charge of the formation department, while Elder Sun Biue was in charge of the medicine department. It was said that no one was in charge of the formation department. Furthermore, there were not many students in the formation department. Even the medicine department and formation department did not have many people. From Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu learned some special information. It was said that in the entire talisman department, there were only 2 students on the martial roll, and those 2 were from the formation department. There was not a single student from the medicine department and weapon department on the martial roll. It was said that there were still students on the martial roll from the medicine department, but they were kicked out later on. The weapon department was even worse. It was said that no one from the weapon department had entered the martial roll for 10 to 20 years. General Budian Shanhe, Lady Ling Xian, and Gu Xinyan both cultivated both the martial path and talisman Dao. It was said that the 2 of them were also talisman masters. However, the 2 of them chose the martial department in name and were only talisman masters. Thus, they could only be considered as members of the martial department and not the talisman department. In the simple courtyard, when Du Xiaofu followed Ouyang Shuang into the main hall, he saw 20 to 30 elders of Tianwu Academy seated there. Swish swish as Du Xiaofu entered, the gazes of all the elders in the main hall landed on Du Xiaofu. Each of the elders had different expressions on their faces. However, when they looked at Du Xiaofu, their eyes were filled with the same shock. "Greetings, elders." Du Xiaofu's eyes swept across the large hall and immediately saw a few familiar figures. Among them were Elder Murong Shi, who he had met before, Du Xiaoman's master, Elder Shangguanqiong, and Elder Liao. Du Xiaofu felt rather puzzled as he looked at Elder Liao. Logically speaking, Elder Liao seemed to have quite a few conflicts with him. However, Elder Liao had disregarded his own safety to save Du Xiaofu when he was being chased by the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine in the dark forest. This was something that Du Xiaofu could not explain. "Du Xiaofu, did you personally capture Ghost Claw?" In the main hall, an old man in his 60s with an extremely ruddy face looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. There was some doubt in his eyes, and his figure was strong and powerful. Du Xiaofu looked at the old man. From the description that Ouyang Shuang had specially given to them, Du Xiaofu guessed that this person was probably the Talisman Array Martial Institution's Elder He Hu. "Elder, I personally captured him." Du Xiaofu secretly spied on Elder He Hu's concealed aura. Even if he was not at the Martial King realm, he was not far from it. Du Xiaofu, Ghost Claw has reached the Nirvana realm of the Martial Marquis realm. He wasn't severely injured when you captured him, right? A middle-aged man asked Du Xiaofu. His gaze fluctuated, and there was some doubt in his shock. Is this very important? Anyway, I have captured Ghost Claw and brought back the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine. The Academy's punishment on me can be written off. Du Xiaofu looked at the many elders in the main hall. After he finished speaking, he immediately took out the brocade box that contained the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine from his Qiankuan bag. Walala, as Du Xiaofu opened the brocade box, a dazzling light instantly soared into the sky from within the brocade box. An energy fluctuation rippled in the surrounding air. A completely sparkling and translucent green vine was slightly curled up within the brocade box, and when it stretched out, it was probably around 3 meters long. Its surface was wrapped in talisman markings, and it slowly wriggled like a living being, as if it possessed intelligence. However, at this moment there was obviously some kind of restriction set up in the brocade box. The green vine was unable to break the restriction. It's the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine. As the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand, all the elders instantly exclaimed in surprise. From the fluctuation of the aura, it was obvious that it was the mysterious spirit Heaven Vine. The brocade box was only opened by Du Xiaofu for a brief moment before it was closed again. After which, He held the brocade box in his hands as he looked at all the elders and said, "Elders, I have retrieved the mysterious spirit heavenly vine and ghost claw. Shouldn't you return the points that you have deducted from my points card?" Well, the eyes of a woman around the age of 50 in a long dress at the seat of honor moved instantly when she heard this, and then she smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "Your points were deducted because you've ruined the medicinal field and destroyed countless spirit herbs. The 8 million points deducted from you are far from being enough to make up for it. However, you've recovered the spirit skyvine and made up for the Academy's losses, and you've captured Ghostclaw and restored the Academy's reputation. So, all the debts you owe the Academy in the past will be written off." "That's too unfair. You are bullying me." Du Xiaofu curled his lips and refused to accept this. These elders were definitely bullying him. He had risked his life to obtain the mysterious spirit heaven vine and had even lost his life several times. However, these elders were all apprehensive about this and that. They really knew how to take advantage of him. "Alright, enough. Alright, stop messing around. You've destroyed quite a few medicinal fields. This time, we've captured Ghostclaw and brought back the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. Your contribution is the greatest. The Academy will remember this great merit. Don't think too much about it. You didn't lose out. Didn't you eat the green bamboo spirit fruit?" "Elder Murong," she said to Du Xiaofu. "Brat, don't push your luck." Ouyang Shuang, who was beside Du Xiaofu, also rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes indicated that Du Xiaofu should stop while he was ahead. "Alright, I'll take a loss this time." Du Xiaofu felt that he wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. He handed the brocade box in his hand to Murong Shi. However, he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately looked at all the elders with vigilance and asked, "Will you guys deduct my points in the future?" "Cut the crap. Your matter with the Academy has already been written off. As long as you don't cause any more trouble, we naturally won't deduct your point." Murong Shi couldn't help but glare at Du Xiaofu. "I'll believe you guys this time. You guys can't bully me." Du Xiaofu was skeptical. He then handed the brocade box that contained the mysterious spirit heaven vine to Murong Shi. This brat, looking at Du Xiaofu, many of the elders revealed a bitter smile. A few of the female elders even had smiles on their faces. They were all puzzled. Although this seemingly docile little fellow was a little sly and cunning, was he really as ferocious as the rumors said? Du Xiaofu, you're still a registered student. With your strength, there's no need for an assessment. You can directly become an official student. Pack up and report to the Academy as soon as possible." Elder He who looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke with a serious expression. It was as if what he said was a matter of course. There was nothing special about it at all. "Elder He who, what do you mean?" However, just as Elder He who finished speaking, Elder Sun Bue immediately glared at Elder He who and snappily said, "According to what I know, Du Xiaofu is also a soul symbol master. Naturally, he can also choose to come to my Talisman Academy." Elder Sun is right. Du Xiaofu is also a soul symbol master. However, everyone knows that among the 100 people on the martial ranking, there are only 2 students from the Talisman Academy. Letting Du Xiaofu go to the Talisman Academy is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Moreover, if he enters the Martial Academy, he can still cultivate as a soul symbol master. There's no delay. Elder He who smiled. The meaning behind his words was to suppress the Talisman Academy in front of Du Xiaofu. Hearing Elder He who's words, Elder Sun immediately glared fiercely at Elder He who. When the surrounding elders heard the competition between Elder He who and Elder Sun Bue, they didn't know what to say. Everyone knew that with Du Xiaofu's talent, whether it was the Martial Academy or the Talisman Academy, they naturally hoped to compete for him. Between the Talisman Academy and the Martial Academy, there had always been a tradition of secret competition. However, for an unknown period of time, The Talisman Academy couldn't compare to the Martial Academy and had always been suppressed by the Martial Academy. Du Xiaofu, do you want to enter the Martial Academy or the Talisman Academy? Choose for yourself. Elder Murong, she looked at Du Xiaofu and said. This, to Du Xiaofu, there was nothing special about being an in-name student and an official student. However, it was more convenient for official students to cultivate in the academy. At the same time, his drunkard father also hoped that he could enter the Talisman Academy. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu said, I will enter the Talisman Academy. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, many elders were rather surprised. It was also somewhat beyond Ouyang Shuang's imagination. Elder He who was even more astonished. Then, he immediately said to Du Xiaofu, Kid, you have to think clearly. If you enter the Talisman Academy, you won't have any future prospects. Entering the Martial Academy is the way to go. I will give you another chance to choose. As long as you enter the Martial Academy, I will personally teach you. No, I will take you as my personal disciple. How about it? I remember that your cultivation method seems to belong to the tyrannical type. I just happen to have a tyrannical fist technique at the marquis level. It should be extremely suitable for you. He who, what do you mean by, if you enter the Talisman Academy, you won't have any future prospects? Do you want to compete? Elder Sun Bue couldn't bear it anymore and almost attacked Elder He Hu. This was simply too much. Not only was he trying to snatch a student who was about to enter the Talisman Academy, but he was also using all kinds of methods to entice him. A marquis-level martial skill and an elder taking him as a personal disciple was definitely an irresistible temptation for all students. Elder Sun, that's not what I meant. I just wanted Du Xiaofu to think about it a little more. Elder He who seemed to know that he was a little too enthusiastic. He immediately smiled apologetically at Elder Sun Bue with an embarrassed expression. Chapter 365. Thank you, Elder He. However, I still choose the Talisman Department. Du Xiaofu looked at Elder He Hu and smiled helplessly. His impression of Elder He Hu was quite good. Some people just like to do useless things. Talisman masters are not something that cultivators everywhere can compare to. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Elder Sun Bue immediately smiled. She glanced at Elder He Hu and said to Du Xiaofu with smiling eyes, Du Xiaofu, the Talisman Department is divided into the Medicine Department, Formation Department, and Weaponry Department. Which department do you choose? Weaponry Department. Du Xiaofu did not hesitate too much. In both Medicine and Formation Talisman Masters, he had his big brother Zhen Qingquan's guidance. However, in terms of Formation Talisman Masters, even though he had obtained his Master Revered Weapon's lifetime knowledge, there was no one to guide him. Therefore, without much hesitation, Du Xiaofu chose the Weaponry Department. You want to enter the Weaponry Department? Hearing this, not only were Elder He Hu and the others surprised and puzzled, even Elder Sun Bue and Murong Shi were surprised and puzzled. Originally, Elder Sun Bue had only asked casually. She had already predicted that Du Xiaofu would enter the Formation Department. After all, they already knew that Du Xiaofu was also a Formation Talisman Master. Choosing the Formation Department was within their expectations. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had chosen to enter the Weaponry Department. This undoubtedly proved that Du Xiaofu was also a Formation Talisman Master. More importantly, Formation Talisman Masters had always had the lowest status in the academy. In fact, it was not only in Tianwu Academy. Even in the outside world, the status of Formation Talisman Masters was on the lower side. For a Formation Talisman Master to reach the level of Revered Weapon and dominate the entire Central Province, it was definitely extremely rare. How many Formation Talisman Masters could reach that level? Are you sure you want to enter the Weaponry Department? Murong Shi also asked Du Xiaofu. No one would think that a Formation Talisman Master was incapable. However, in comparison, choosing a formation talisman master was naturally better than a formation talisman master. I'm sure. Du Xiaofu nodded affirmatively. What? Do you think that the artifact department is inferior to the martial department, alchemy department, and formation department? At this moment, a rather aged and low voice sounded in the main hall. An old man slowly walked over under the gazes of all the elders, who immediately raised their heads and looked over. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His hair was messy like dry grass. His face was quite pale, like a piece of ragged cloth. His eyes were quite bright, but they gave off a lifeless feeling. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. The old man's large face was like a wasteland full of grass. His face was full of wrinkles, and he looked like a savage or a gorilla. Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at the old man. He was immediately shocked. Du Xiaofu had seen this old man before in the back mountains. He was the old man who claimed to have spent his entire life in Tianwu Academy. At this moment, all the elders in the hall were shocked when they saw the old man slowly walking over. They immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Vice Principal Zhuge. Teacher, why have you come? Please take a seat." Sun Bue and another female elder, who looked like a woman, immediately went forward and helped the old man to the seat of honor. All the elders respectfully stood at the two sides of the hall, waiting for the old man to speak. They did not dare to sit down. Vice Principal Zhuge, Du Xiaofu, and Ouyang Shuang looked at each other at this moment. They looked at the old man, who looked like a savage or a gorilla. Who would have thought that this old man was actually the vice principal of the academy? Vice Principal Zhuge, Zhuge Qiangbang, Du Xiaofu, had unintentionally heard of Deputy Dean Zhuge Qiangbang's name from Ouyang Shuang when he had just arrived. "Sit down and talk." Zhuge Qiangbang sat down and gestured to everyone in the hall. Only then did they dare to sit down. "Vice Principal Zhuge, the profound spirit sky vine has been recovered." Murong Shi went forward and respectfully handed the brocade box in his hand to Zhuge Qiangbang. The profound spirit sky vine is a great treasure for refining weapons. Recovering it is a small matter, but the Academy's reputation has been damaged. Zhuge Qiangbang's gaze swept across everyone before landing on Du Xiaofu. He said, "You've done well this time. Not only have you recovered the profound spirit sky vine, but you've also recovered quite a bit of the Academy's reputation despite causing quite a ruckus in the dark forest. You've done a great service." Du Xiaofu stared at Zhuge Qiangbang in surprise. Only now did he return to his senses. So it turned out that he had been mistaken all along. How was this an old handyman from the chore house? This was a great vice principal. Even the emperor of an empire would have to sweep out his bed to welcome someone like this. "Is there a reward for my great service?" Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked straightforwardly without holding back. "Kid, you're quite lucky. You've just joined the weapon department, so why don't you stay by my side for a while and properly refine weapons?" Zhuge Qiangbang smiled. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked, "This counts as a reward?" "Kid, don't be ignorant of your good fortune. Vice Principal Zhuge is a famous talisman master in the surrounding empires. 20 years ago, Vice Principal Zhuge created the Thunder Dragon Divine Spear, which shocked countless empires." Murong Shi seemed to be reminding Du Xiaofu on purpose. Who knew how many weapon talisman masters could only dream of receiving personal guidance from the vice principal? This kid really doesn't know his good fortune. Many elders smiled bitterly. Who knew how many weapon talisman masters could only dream of receiving personal guidance from the vice principal? Back then, when the vice principal refined the Thunder Dragon, countless experts gathered outside the Tianwu Academy to broaden their horizons. Thunder Dragon. Du Xiaofu's gaze shook when he heard this. Drunkard's father's weapon was the Lightning Dragon. In that case, the Lightning Dragon in Drunkard's father's hand was refined by Vice Dean Zhuge. "Kid, you want a reward?" That depends on whether you have the ability. The Tianwu assembly should be soon. If you can obtain first place in the Tianwu assembly, I'll refine the mysterious spirit heavenly vine into a suitable weapon for you. If you can't obtain first place, then it means you're not capable enough. Don't blame the academy for being stingy at that time. Vice Principal Zhuge smiled as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Vice Principal Zhuge wants to refine a weapon again. Hearing that, all of the elders were stunned. Ever since the lightning dragon had been borrowed by Du Tingxian, Vice Headmaster Zhuge had not refined any more spiritual artifacts. One had to know that even if they wanted to request a spiritual artifact from Vice Headmaster Zhuge, it would be impossible for them to even think about it. Okay, it's a deal. Du Xiaofu agreed without hesitation. In any case, even if he couldn't obtain first place in the Tianwu assembly, he wouldn't suffer any losses. Vice Principal Zhuge smiled and said to Du Xiaofu, "Okay, you can leave first. Come find me tomorrow and let me see how far you've come in refining weapons." Du Xiaofu nodded and left the hall with Ouyang Shuang. Ouyang Shuang's chest rose and fell the moment she exited the large hall. She inhaled a deep breath of air. Within the large hall, the invisible aura of the many elders had suppressed her, causing her to feel uncomfortable all over. Her big eyes and pretty eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. She found it strange that this fellow had such a leisurely and contented appearance. It seemed that he was completely unaffected by the presence of so many elders. "What is the Tianwu assembly?" Du Xiaofu asked Ouyang Shuang. Although he didn't hesitate to agree to obtain first place in the Tianwu assembly in front of Vice Principal Zhuge, he didn't know anything about the Tianwu assembly. He had never heard of it and didn't know what the Tianwu assembly was. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Don't tell me you really don't know? Then why did you agree to it in front of Vice Principal?" "I really don't know about the Tianwu assembly." Du Xiaofu smiled and said, "It's just that, since I agreed, I won't suffer any losses." Hearing that, Ouyang Shuang immediately rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Then, the two of them went back. Ouyang Shuang also told Du Xiaofu about the Tianwu assembly. She also only found out about the Tianwu assembly from Murong Shi not long ago. After knowing everything about the Tianwu assembly, Du Xiaofu was also quite shocked. Du Xiaofu didn't think that the Tianwu talisman realm would have such a terrifying effect. Every 20 years, it would form a space where time was accelerated. Compared to the outside world, the time inside would be 10 times faster. Cultivating inside for half a year was equivalent to cultivating for an entire 5 years in the outside world. Every cultivator was clear about the various benefits within. And those benefits might not be of much use to super experts who didn't lack time to cultivate. However, to their current cultivation and age, the benefits were terrifyingly great. It was equivalent to having an extra 4.5 years of time within the same generation to be far ahead. What kind of terrifying effect was that? The benefits were simply immeasurable. Only the top 10 of the Tianwu assembly can enter the Tianwu talisman realm to comprehend. At that time, the 100 people on the martial ranking will have the qualifications to fight for it. If you want to take first place, it won't be easy. Ouyang Shuang reminded Du Xiaofu. It won't be easy. Du Xiaofu's index finger scratched his chin. A few tender whiskers grew out, making Du Xiaofu have an impulse to pull them out. However, thinking that this was a symbol of him becoming a man, he restrained himself. As for the Tianwu assembly, Du Xiaofu already had an idea in his heart. The general Gui Hua, Gu Xinyan and the others would naturally participate. Perhaps Du Xiaofu didn't care about the other students, but he had to care about General Budian, Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan and the others. Chapter 366. General Budian Shanhe, Gu Xinyan, Gui Hua, Wu Kei and the others are all hot favorites in the Heaven Martial Assembly. If you really want to fight for them, it would be best to go to the Heaven Martial Seal stage and properly comprehend it in the remaining 20 days. Ouyang Shuang suggested to Du Xiaofu, perhaps your chances will be greater at that time. Otherwise, when the Heaven Martial Assembly begins, only the top 10 will be able to enter the Heaven Martial Seal stage. For half a year, no one else will be able to enter the Heaven Martial Assembly. Do you have so little confidence in me? Du Xiaofu glanced at Ouyang Shuang as he asked. I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. Ouyang Shuang looked at the purple-robed youth in front of her, her large and beautiful eyes moving slightly. At this moment, under the illumination of the morning sun, his resolute face appeared exceptionally resolute. Her gaze could not help but be fixated on him. Is there something on my face? Du Xiaofu followed Ouyang Shuang's gaze and touched his own face in puzzlement. No, I just feel that you seem to have gotten a little tanned recently. Ouyang Shuang returned to her senses and looked at the unadorned courtyard in front of her. She said, You should go back first. Little Tiger has taken Little Qing to the back of the mountain for a stroll. I'll go look for her. Old 3, Old 3. Just as Ouyang Shuang was about to head to the back of the mountain, several figures hurried over from the front. There were quite a few of them, at least 100. From afar, one could see that they were all registered students and new students. The ones at the front were Wu Qinfeng, Zhang Wei and Sun Ji. After a few breaths, many of the figures had also arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. They were panting heavily and looked like they had run all the way here. What's going on? Seeing Wu Qinfeng and the others panting with grave expressions, Du Xiaofu immediately frowned and asked. Gulp. Sun Ji hurriedly swallowed and immediately said to Du Xiaofu in a hurry, Old 3, things are not good. Qiangu Yu wants to duel with you in the Peace Plaza. He sent out the duel notice early in the morning, and now the entire academy knows about it? Qiangu Yu? Who's that? Why does this name sound so familiar? Du Xiaofu was puzzled when he heard this. He originally thought that Sun Ji and the others had encountered some trouble. He didn't expect that someone would want to duel with him right after he returned last night. Yesterday, Li Shui mentioned Qiangu Yu to you. He is known as the Overlord Spear and is ranked 8th on the martial roll. Ouyang Shuang frowned slightly. Overlord Spear Qiangu Yu. Why is he challenging me? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows in confusion. He seemed to remember Li Shui telling him last night that if someone called Qiangu Yu came looking for trouble, he should teach him a lesson. However, Du Xiaofu didn't quite understand how he had offended Qiangu Yu the Conqueror's Spear. Qiangu Yu was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, which was even higher than Fire Blade Biming Feng. He was definitely a powerful cultivator. It's because of Li Shui. In Qiangu Yu's eyes, Li Shui is his exclusive property. No one can touch her. All the boys who have talked to Li Shui have ended up miserable. Ouyang Shuang stared at Du Xiaofu and frowned. You're the one who got involved with her. Now you're in trouble. Qiangu Yu isn't someone to be trifled with. The whole school knows that he wants to duel with you. It means that he has no intention of letting you go. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. He then said seriously to Ouyang Shuang, You just said that you need to be ranked on the martial roll to participate in the Tianwu conference, right? Of course. Only the top 100 people on the martial roll will be qualified to participate. Ouyang Shuang said. If I defeat Qiangu Yu today, I should be ranked on the martial roll, right? Du Xiaofu asked. Ouyang Shuang raised her eyebrows. She realized that she was on a completely different channel from this guy. She rolled her eyes and said, Qiangu Yu is dueling with you today, not an official challenge from the academy. If you win, you'll be able to take the 8th place on the martial ranking, but this is a duel, so I don't know if the academy's decision is valid. Ouyang Shuang paused for a moment and continued, Whether it's a duel or a challenge, his cultivation is extraordinary. He also has a nickname, Crazy Overlord Spear. Why is it called Crazy Overlord Spear? Du Xiaofu asked. Because that guy is crazy about martial arts, and he's crazy about Li Shui. He spends most of his time cultivating in seclusion in the martial seal realm. It's rare for him to come out. He's ranked 8th on the martial roll almost a year ago. With that crazy guy's passion for martial arts, his ranking might be higher now. Ouyang Shuang couldn't help but worry for Du Xiaofu. She knew how crazy Qianguyu was, but this guy in front of her didn't seem to care at all. Crazy Overlord Spear. Du Xiaofu raised the corner of his mouth. Ouyang Shuang thought that Du Xiaofu wanted to go to the Peace Plaza. She knew that she couldn't stop Du Xiaofu. Everyone knew about the ancient jade, and the news of the duel had spread like wildfire. If she didn't go, it wouldn't be good for Du Xiaofu in the future. After hesitating for a moment, Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaofu, "Qiangu, you should be at the early stage of the martial marquis realm, but he might be at the late stage of the martial marquis realm, close to the mysterious realm. What are your chances of winning?" "I don't plan to go to the Peace Plaza. What chance do I have of winning? If he says he wants to duel, I have to go. I haven't even seen him. If I go, I'll lose face." Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. He had no intention of going to the Peace Plaza at all. Then, he said to the panting Sun Ji, Zhang Wei and Wu Qinfeng, "Boss, second brother, fourth brother, you guys go back. I don't plan to go to the Peace Plaza. Let's go back and talk tonight. I'll go to the back of the mountain to find Little Tiger." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu said to the stunned Ouyang Shuang, "Aren't you going to find Little Tiger? Let's go together." Whoosh! After speaking to Ouyang Shuang, profound qi surged from Du Xiaofu's feet. He tapped his foot on the ground and immediately soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu knew of Little Tiger's strength. In addition, she was from the beast race and had developed a hobby of robbing people. Du Xiaofu was really afraid that Little Tiger would do something earth-shattering in Tianwu Academy if she got excited. In addition, Du Xiaofu also had some matters to discuss with Little Tiger. Ouyang Shuang was still in a daze as she watched Du Xiaofu soar into the sky. Following which, a bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. That fellow really couldn't be judged by an ordinary person's standard. Is third brother really not planning to go? Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, Wu Qinfeng, and the others were also stunned. They probably didn't expect that Du Xiaofu wouldn't be bothered by the ancient jade's challenge. He also didn't have any intention of going. A moment later, the mountain range at the back of the mountain range was filled with a dense forest. Compared to the dense forest in the dark forest, this place lacked the baleful aura, but it had an ancient aura. In a valley, Du Xiaofu found Du Xiaoqing and the Little Tiger, who were playing around happily. For some reason, the king-scaled demonic tiger was extremely submissive to Little Tiger. That kind of subservience was like a subject to an emperor, respectful and fearful. Upon seeing Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing immediately rushed over happily. Her green dress was adorned with silver strands that fluttered in the wind. Her ethereal eyes blinked, elegant, pure, and innocent. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger also immediately leaped to Du Xiaofu's side. Its tiger posture was vigorous, and its might was extraordinary. "Little Tiger, I've found some essence blood for you. It should be related to your tiger clan. Try it." Du Xiaofu took out a jade bottle from his hand. It was the essence blood that he had refined from the corpse of the headless tiger clan's demonic beast not long ago. Du Xiaofu had used his own blood to place a seal on the jade bottle. However, the aura that faintly spread from it was still extremely berserk. Just the aura that faintly spread from it was enough to make one's heart tremble. Roar! Inside the jade bottle, faint runes flickered, and there was a faint shadow of a giant tiger that was as black as ink roaring. Roar! As Du Xiaofu took out the jade bottle in his hand, the invisible aura of the essence blood spread out. The king-scaled demonic tiger's eyes suddenly trembled, and its tiger body trembled. It almost wanted to crawl. "This aura seems to make me very uncomfortable." Suddenly, Du Xiaoqing said to Du Xiaofu with a serious face. Her ethereal eyes stared at the jade bottle in Du Xiaofu's hand. Even some faint aura fluctuations appeared around her beautiful figure. It was the first time that she had been so prepared, and the fluctuations were so intense. Little Qing, do you know what kind of demonic beast's essence blood this is? Du Xiaofu asked Du Xiaoqing. This girl was refined from the corpse of the headless tiger clan's demonic beast. Perhaps she knew the origin of the tiger clan's demonic beast expert. I don't know, I forgot. However, although this aura makes me very uncomfortable, it can't do anything to me. Du Xiaoqing's ethereal eyes only became serious for a moment. Immediately, she became relaxed again, and the aura around her body also quietly dissipated. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Du Xiaoqing, Little Qing, Big Brother should be busy recently. The little tiger needs to consume the essence blood. Can you help to keep an eye on the little tiger? When the time comes, don't let anyone disturb the little tiger. Okay. Du Xiaoqing nodded her head. She didn't seem too unwilling. She would naturally do what Big Brother asked her to do. Little Yu forgot a serious matter. He thought that he had finished updating today, and forgot that he still owed a chapter yesterday. He actually forgot to update today. He slept until 12 o'clock and suddenly remembered. He immediately got up and started to write. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Little Yu went back to sleep. Chapter 367. Under the scorching sun, the Peace Square was bustling with people. There were many discussions going on around the square, all about who was stronger between Du Xiaofu and the conqueror's spear Qianguyu. Some people thought that Du Xiaofu was strong enough to capture even Ghost Claw, so he should have no problem dealing with Qianguyu. Others thought that Qianguyu was a veteran expert on the martial ranking, ranked 8th, and was not someone Du Xiaofu could deal with. The spectators were divided into two camps, unable to come to a conclusion. However, they were famous for their performance, so at most they argued loudly. In the large square, a tall and sturdy youth stood quietly, wearing a blue and white robe. His eyes were slightly closed, and he exuded a domineering aura. However, the crowd waited from dawn to sunset. For an entire day, Du Xiaofu did not show up in the face of Qianguyu's duel. Since noon, the spectators had been in an uproar. Because Du Xiaofu did not show up, many students thought that Du Xiaofu did not dare to show up because he knew he was no match for Qianguyu. In the end, everyone who had gone to the bustling Peace Square in high spirits returned in disappointment. At dusk, the sun set in the west, and the red clouds rolled in the sky. On a mountain not far from the Peace Square, many figures stood. They were General Budian, Jade Maiden Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan, Gui Hua, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, and the others. Looks like that guy doesn't plan on paying any attention to Qianguyu, General said. I wanted to see how strong that guy has become recently, but it looks like I won't be able to see it today, Li Yuxiao said softly. Li Yuxiao said softly. His dark red robe was particularly eye-catching under the glow of the sunset. The Tianwu conference is about to begin. We should prepare well during this time, Gu Xinyan said, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. As night fell, the distant mountains and nearby trees, forests and hills all became hazy, as if covered by a veil. In a valley, the faint roar of a tiger could be heard. Who? Du Xiaofu's face was pale. Took a lot of effort to undo the seal. Only then was the king-scaled demonic tiger able to swallow the blood essence and refine it. However, the king-scaled demonic tiger found it difficult to withstand the impact of the demonic tiger's blood essence. It was constantly struggling and roaring. What kind of demonic beast's blood essence is this? The energy is so violent and the pressure is so shocking. On a huge rock, Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaofu. Just the energy of the demonic tiger's blood essence alone was enough to make her tremble with fear. Even the vain spirit in her body faintly showed fear. I don't know either. Hopefully, little tiger will be able to withstand it. Du Xiaofu didn't know what kind of bloodline the demonic tiger possessed. The blood essence was too violent, so he was worried for the little tiger. If the little tiger could continue to fight, then the benefits it would receive in the future would naturally be astonishing. Moreover, the little tiger was already showing signs of atavism. It had also consumed the blood related to the golden-winged roc in his body. Its future achievements were immeasurable. However, Du Xiaofu was also worried. If the little tiger couldn't withstand it this time, the consequences could be imagined. When the little tiger swallowed the dozens of drops of blood essence, Du Xiaofu immediately regretted it. He should have let the little tiger swallow half of the violent blood essence first. However, it was too late to regret it. Moreover, the dozens of drops of blood essence turned into a ferocious demonic tiger shadow with black runes. They were all swallowed by the little tiger. Du Xiaofu couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. It wasn't until late at night that the little tiger's roars became softer. It seemed that it had withstood the most violent impact of the blood essence. Du Xiaofu finally felt relieved and left. At the same time, he reminded Du Xiaoqing to come and check on the little tiger often. He didn't know how long it would take for the little tiger to refine the violent blood essence. When Du Xiaofu returned to the dormitory in the chores division, he heard about what happened at the Peace Square from Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji. It was said that Qin Guyu left at dusk. He only said that he would continue to wait for Du Xiaofu the next day. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly when he heard this. It seemed that he didn't take it to heart. The four of them chatted for a while before returning to their rooms. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on his bed. His mind was filled with thoughts, and his eyes were clear. Originally, he had promised the Medicine King that he would go to the chaotic demon city earlier. However, at this time, he coincidentally encountered the Academy's Tianwu conference. In addition, the Tianwu conference was related to the Tianwu talisman state. At that time would be accelerated by 10 times. Du Xiaofu didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Du Xiaofu originally planned to visit his eldest sister Du Xiaoman. However, he heard from Ouyang Shuang that his eldest sister Du Xiaoman was recently in seclusion in the Tianwu talisman state. He wouldn't be able to see her for now. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal and began to circulate the incomplete cultivation method. After a while, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a white light and emitted an ancient pressure. He was immersed in the cultivation of his mental power. The next morning, after Du Xiaofu stopped cultivating, he went to the Talisman Department's weapon department. Du Xiaofu had promised Vice Principal Zhuge yesterday that from today onwards, he would learn smithing from Vice Principal Zhuge. Although Du Xiaofu had learned a lot from his master, the Venerable Weapon Master, in terms of the basic skills of refining weapons, he knew that he was weak. Therefore, he had the opportunity to learn smithing from Vice Principal Zhuge. This opportunity was exactly what he needed. Du Xiaofu had never been to the Talisman Department before. In fact, he wasn't familiar with the Tianwu Academy. However, along the way, Du Xiaofu asked a few seniors for directions and successfully arrived at the Talisman Department. It wasn't complicated. Along the way, many senior sisters and senior brothers were surprised and curious when they saw Du Xiaofu. The so-called Talisman Department was a courtyard in the academy. Everyone who stayed here was a talisman master. Anyone who walked out would have a high status in the outside world. Du Xiaofu entered the Talisman Department. Under many curious gazes, he asked a few seniors from the Medicine Department and successfully found his way to the Weapon Department. When he arrived at the entrance of the Weapon Department, Du Xiaofu was speechless. When he passed by the Medicine Department and Formation Department, Du Xiaofu felt that there wouldn't be many students in the two departments. At most, there would be 20 or so. However, the courtyards of the Medicine Department and Formation Department were still grand and simple. However, when he stood in front of the entrance of the Weapon Department, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but frown. The entrance of the Weapon Department was small and narrow, just like a chore house. There was a plaque with the words Weapon Department written on it that gave off a sense of desolation. It hung slanted on the entrance of the weapon department and might fall down at any moment. The entrance of the weapon department was even more deserted. Du Xiaofu stood there for a long time, but no one came out. In the end, he could only push open the door and walk in. "Junior brother, who are you looking for?" As for Du Xiaofu, when he entered the Weapon Institute, he saw a young man walking out of a simple but clean courtyard. This young man looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. He was thin and wore a plain robe. He should have a delicate and handsome face, but because his hair was a little messy and he didn't care about his appearance, it affected his image a lot. He wasn't old, but he had the feeling of an old scholar. "I'm a new student of the weapon department. I'm here to look for Vice Dean Zhuge." Du Xiaofu felt the young man's aura and was quite surprised. This young man's cultivation was actually at the peak of the 4-star perfection stage. It could be said that he wasn't weak. When the young man saw Du Xiaofu, he immediately said with great enthusiasm, "You're a new student. Why are you only here now? I originally thought that there wouldn't be any new students entering the weapon department this year. Let me introduce myself. I'm Han Chao. You can call me Senior Han. I'm a student from the previous year." "Greetings, Senior Han." Du Xiaofu nodded. "There's no need to be polite. In any case, there are only 4 people in the weapon department, including you and me. Other than you and me, there's also your senior sister and senior brother. However, your senior sister rarely comes out and has always been researching weapon forging. That senior brother is the same. I'm afraid he hasn't shown his face for 3 months," Han Chao said. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. This senior Han Chao was extremely enthusiastic, but the students of the weapon department all seemed to be a little strange. Then, under Han Chao's guidance, Du Xiaofu went to Vice Dean Zhuge's place. Along the way, he asked Han Chao a lot of questions about the weapon department. This senior Han Chao patiently explained it in detail, causing Du Xiaofu to have a good impression of him. "Junior Du, you're the only one who entered the weapon department this year. You have to work hard and fight for a place on the martial ranking. Junior Du, within the Heaven Martial Talisman Realm's enlightenment state, there's a lot of enlightenment regarding weapon forging. You mustn't be too impatient. You have to build up your foundation first before comprehending it. It'll be very beneficial for you in the future. Junior Du, the Martial Department, Medicine Department, and Array Department have always looked down on our Weapon Department. If we encounter any trouble, we should avoid it. After all, we're all from the same school. However, those guys from the Martial Department won't dare to offend us. There will be a time when they come to us for weapon forging. Junior Du, the Weapon Department is very big and there are very few students. Where do you live now? Do you want to move to the Weapon Department? Junior Du, if you have any questions about weapon forging in the future, you can come to me. Although my cultivation isn't high and my weapon forging achievements aren't too good, I should be able to teach you some basic skills." Along the way, Han Chao was full of enthusiasm and endless words. Towards the end, he didn't even need Du Xiaofu to open his mouth to ask, as he passionately explained everything inside and outside the weapon department to Du Xiaofu, including quite a bit of weapon forging knowledge. Du Xiaofu listened with a smile on his face. He didn't feel that this senior Han Chao was long-winded at all. Instead, he felt that this senior Han Chao was particularly amiable. After passing through a large courtyard, a quiet valley unexpectedly appeared. Within the valley, there were many courtyards hidden within the lush greenery. Chapter 368. Han Chao stopped and said to Du Xiaofu, "Junior Du, we've arrived. Up ahead is Vice Principal Zhuge's courtyard. However, we are not allowed to enter as we please, or we will be punished. You were sent here by Vice Principal Zhuge, so of course it's fine. Go in." "Thank you, Senior." Du Xiaofu thanked him, and then walked towards the valley. Han Chao really did not seem to dare to approach. After bidding farewell to Du Xiaofu, he turned and left. In a rather ancient-looking courtyard, there was a bit of a scorching aura in the air. "Come in." Just as Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the valley and raised his head to look around, Zhuge Qiangbang's voice also reached Du Xiaofu's ears. A moment later, in a place that should be a forging room, Du Xiaofu saw Zhuge Qiangbang sitting cross-legged. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang still had that thatched face, looking like a savage. There was no aura rippling from his body. "Greetings, Vice Principal Zhuge." Du Xiaofu bowed and stood to the side in a rather well-behaved manner. The Thunder Dragon that his drunkard father had used back then was refined by this Vice-Headmaster Zhuge in front of him. This made Du Xiaofu feel a bit closer to him. "No need to be so polite." Vice Principal Zhuge smiled slightly, and then looked at Du Xiaofu, saying, "You are also an artifact seal master. Are you interested in forging artifacts?" "Yes, so I joined the artifact department." Du Xiaofu nodded. "How much do you know about forging artifacts?" Zhuge Qiangbang raised his gaze slightly, and there was some curiosity in his seemingly lifeless gaze. "I know a bit, but I've never personally forged one before." Du Xiaofu was rather embarrassed. Although his master, the revered artifact master, had left behind all his life's comprehensions and knowledge, he had never had the chance to personally forge an artifact. In particular, his basic skills were rather weak. "I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll talk to you about refining. When the time comes, you can try it out yourself." The expression on Zhuge Qiangbang's face didn't change much. He directly began to explain refining to Du Xiaofu, starting from refining materials, refining experience, and other aspects, including many aspects. It was just that Du Xiaofu knew quite a lot about these things, and he could even supplement them with Zhuge Qiangbang's explanations. Every time Du Xiaofu added something, especially in the aspect of refining, Zhuge Qiangbang carefully pondered over it and immediately felt enlightened. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu in doubt and surprise. Originally, it was Zhuge Qiangbang's explanation to Du Xiaofu. Later, it became a discussion between the two of them. Even in the end, Zhuge Qiangbang was shocked to find that Du Xiaofu was basically omniscient in the aspect of refining. Even he had never touched upon a lot of knowledge and experience in refining, which made Zhuge Qiangbang feel shocked. Du Xiaofu was also rather surprised. In terms of the explanation of refining, this Vice Principal Zhuge and his master, the revered artifact master, were shockingly similar in many aspects. He was even close to catching up to his master in many aspects. No wonder Vice Principal Zhuge was a renowned artifact symbol master in the surroundings. Sure enough, it was true. The discussion between the two of them went on for longer and longer, as if they had forgotten the existence of time. In the end, Zhuge Qiangbang began to let Du Xiaofu condense a spiritual furnace and a talisman cauldron to try refining the materials. This was one of the basic skills of artifact symbol masters. Refining artifacts was the same as refining spiritual medicines and spiritual fruits for medicine symbol masters. It required an extremely high level of mental control and fire control. Most of the tool talisman masters had this kind of control over their spiritual power and fire. A spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron with 5 kinds of energy. When Zhuge Qiangbang saw the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron condensed by Du Xiaofu, he was immediately shocked. With his eyesight, he naturally knew what this represented. Chi la la. A piece of 100 years fine iron was sucked into the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron by Du Xiaofu and was immediately wrapped in blazing flames. Du Xiaofu began to try refining the materials. There were a lot of materials in the refining room, and there was no lack of materials for Du Xiaofu to refine. In terms of basic skills, Du Xiaofu was really weak, and even he felt that he was lacking. However, in Zhuge Qiangbang's eyes, he didn't feel that way at all. He really doubted whether this was Du Xiaofu's first time refining an artifact. In terms of control over the materials and fire control, it was definitely not something an artifact symbol master could achieve for the first time. Even some artifact symbol masters who could already refine spiritual artifacts might not necessarily be able to reach such a level of precision. The mental strength Du Xiaofu displayed also shocked Zhuge Qiangbang. This was far from the boundless mental strength of a 4-star artifact symbol master. In terms of pure mental strength, it was almost comparable to a 5-star artifact symbol master. In particular, Du Xiaofu's mental strength, there was an ancient pressure that made his mental strength extraordinary, and it could even suppress one's soul. In the end, Zhuge Qiangbang even let Du Xiaofu directly try refining an artifact. During the process, he also guided and explained seriously. Du Xiaofu and Zhuge Qiangbang were in the refining room, and 3 days passed unknowingly. They were completely unaware of what was going on outside. At this time, many things had happened in the outside world during these 3 days. Among them, the matter that attracted the most attention was the duel between the Overlord Spear Qiangu Yu and Du Xiaofu. In addition to the previous day, Qiangu Yu had announced that he wanted to duel with Du Xiaofu over the past 4 days and had been waiting in the Peace Plaza for 4 days. However, Du Xiaofu didn't appear during these 4 days, causing Qiangu Yu to wait for 4 days. The number of spectators in the Peace Plaza decreased day by day. Because Du Xiaofu didn't appear for so long, many people who supported Du Xiaofu couldn't help but waver in their hearts. They reckoned that Du Xiaofu knew that he was lacking in manners and didn't dare to accept the duel because he wasn't as good as Qiangu Yu. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was as red as blood. On the Peace Plaza, a tall and sturdy young man's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered, "Du Xiaofu, since you don't want to give me face, don't blame me for being impolite. You will definitely appear obediently. Pay attention to the temperature. Temper the materials into steel and remove all impurities. Only then can the materials be refined to their strongest state. If you want to refine a spiritual weapon, you must know the difference between a spiritual weapon and an ordinary ice blade. A spiritual weapon isn't an inanimate object. A spiritual weapon is sentient. A good spiritual weapon definitely can't be forcefully refined. Let the remaining pure materials fuse together. Use your mental energy to control how you want them to fuse. Whether it's a blade or a sword, an arrow or a mace or a spear, it's all up to the artifact talisman master." Zhuge Qiangbang's voice constantly rang out from the artifact refining room. His voice was filled with excitement. Zhuge Qiangbang couldn't help but feel excited as he looked at Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of him and controlling the blazing lava in the cauldron. Perhaps today would be the first artifact talisman master in the history of Tianwu Academy to be able to refine a spiritual weapon on his first attempt. This was definitely a miracle. No one had ever heard of an artifact talisman master being able to refine a spiritual weapon on his first attempt. Bang! In the artifact refining room, the energy of the world suddenly fluctuated and converged like a whirlpool. Finally, it poured into the cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu. "You have to stabilize it. Arrange the runes and start condensing the spiritual weapon." Zhuge Qiangbang stood up excitedly and stared at Du Xiaofu's every movement in the cauldron. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly as he said, "Kid, what are you doing? Quickly condense the spiritual weapon. I'm going to try another refining method." Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he condensed one hand seal after another. His whole body was surrounded by a white radiance that seemed like a divine radiance, emitting an ancient pressure. Under Zhuge Qiangbang's shocked gaze, Du Xiaofu condensed one hand seal after another. In the end, it started to reveal mysterious green-red runes. Aolo, faintly, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's palm resounded with the cries of beasts, as if a flood dragon was soaring in the sky. Finally, a large amount of mysterious green-red runes converged in front of Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes arranged themselves, condensed, evolved, and derived, before faintly transforming into a faintly discernible flood dragon phantom. Oh! The flood dragon phantom was ferocious, overflowing with radiance and dazzling runes. It stirred up waves of air in the surrounding space. Ripples spread out, and its aura was like that of the king of all beasts. Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon. Zhuge Qiangbang was astonished. That flood dragon phantom was actually a Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon on the Heavenly Beast ranking. Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragons with the bloodline of dragons were not ranked low on the Heavenly Beast ranking. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was condensing the mysterious runes of the Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon. After Du Xiaofu killed Gu Yu's mount, the Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon, its bones also fell into Du Xiaofu's hands. When he was in the dark forest, Du Xiaofu studied the bones of the Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon when he had the time. Now that he was refining a spiritual weapon, Du Xiaofu suddenly wanted to try out his master's secret soldier technique. The secret soldier technique was able to refine the secret techniques and beast energy of demonic beasts into a spiritual weapon. By activating the spiritual weapon, one would be able to communicate with the beast energy and secret techniques, greatly increasing the power of the spiritual weapon. It was far from being comparable to a spiritual weapon or ice blade of the same level. However, to use the secret soldier technique to refine a spiritual weapon, the talisman master must first be proficient in the secret techniques of beast energy, which was definitely not an easy task for the talisman master. Thank you to a reader who directly woke Xiao Yu up. He had a slight cold, and after updating at noon, he took some cold medicine. He felt a little dizzy and overslept, causing the update to be late. There's one more update. Xiao Yu will immediately write and apologize to everyone. Chapter 369. Inside the cauldron, the runes were dazzling, and a large blade was faintly discernible. Du Xiaofu had condensed the materials into a large blade. Under the control of his mental force, the details of the large blade were condensed, and the large blade was condensed, releasing runes. Aowo! The Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon's phantom roared, turning into a talisman that rushed into the cauldron, and the roars of a flood dragon resounded. Following the entrance of the Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon's phantom into the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, Du Xiaofu wanted to fuse it with the Great Blade, but the two kinds of runes on the Great Blade and the Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon immediately clashed against each other. Rumble! Suddenly, the cauldron shook loudly. Poochie! Under such a collision, Du Xiaofu immediately felt a wave of dizziness and pain, before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His originally pale face immediately became deathly pale. Kid, quickly stabilize and proceed step by step. Otherwise, not only will the spiritual artifact be destroyed, but you will also suffer heavy injuries. Zhuge Qiangbang said loudly, his gaze firmly fixed on Du Xiaofu's cauldron. Although he didn't know what Du Xiaofu was doing, with his eyesight, he seemed to be able to guess a thing or two. Condensing one hand after another, Du Xiaofu stabilized his mind, controlling the Profound Cloud Scarlet Flood Dragon's talisman runes to fuse with the large blade. However, this process was a lot more difficult than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Rumble! The cauldron shook, and a large expanse of dazzling runes rushed out, faintly roaring like a flood dragon. Like this, several hours gradually passed, and Du Xiaofu once again spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He actually wants to fuse beast energy into a spiritual artifact. This kid is really daring. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? Zhuge Qiangbang nervously watched from the side. In this process, he seemed to have discovered something, and his expression became more and more shocked. Suppress fuse. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu let out a loud shout, and a peculiar hand seal was condensed, finally landing inside the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. Chi la la! The mysterious runes of the Xianyun Scarlet Dragon talisman were finally suppressed and poured into the large blade. Ka! But at this moment, the runes inside the great blade surged, bursting out with a lot of terrifying runic energy, almost bursting Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove and symbol cauldron. Poochie! Right when that power was at its most berserk, Du Xiaofu finally managed to completely suppress it. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron dissipated, turning into mysterious symbols that entered his body. Hula, a stream of light spread out and runes bloomed. There was a faint aura of a flood dragon contained within. The flowing light seemed to have a life of its own. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth began to fluctuate, as if it was gathering towards the flowing light. The faintly discernible dragon-like aura that spread out was enough to make those who were not strong enough tremble in fear. Spirit artifact. He really refined it into a spirit artifact. Shock surged in Zhuge Qiangbang's eyes on his thatch-like stubble. Collect. Du Xiaofu looked at the floating ball of light. His face was deathly pale, and his clear eyes trembled. With a wave of his hand, an incorporeal attractive force surged out, and the ball of light was immediately collected in his hand, turning into a short blade. It was a short saber, not the large saber that had been condensed earlier. This short blade was only the size of a palm, long and square, with a wide back and a thin blade. A large amount of runes fluctuated on the surface of the blade, as if absorbing the fluctuations of energy in the surrounding space, forming an energy vortex in the space around the blade. On the surface of the blade, mysterious runes in the shape of a dragon could be faintly seen. It was clearly out of the ordinary, and its aura could make all beasts submit. Finally, the runes disappeared, and the flowing light dissipated. A square blade clearly appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. Judging from its aura, it was definitely at the level of a spiritual weapon. However, its appearance was extremely crude. It was a good saber, but Du Xiaofu had refined it into a square saber that did not look like anything else. This is... I refined a kitchen knife? Du Xiaofu looked at the square blade in his hand. It was the first time in his life that he had refined a weapon, and it turned out to be a kitchen knife. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a kitchen knife. Boy, let me see this blade. Zhuge Qiangbang was shocked. He strode to Du Xiaofu's side, and his eyes were fixed on the kitchen knife in Du Xiaofu's hand. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and handed the kitchen knife in his hand to Zhuge Qiangbang. He originally wanted to refine a good blade, but it turned out to be a kitchen knife. Good blade. Although it is a little crude, it has reached the level of a true primary spirit artifact. On the blade, the energy of the Crimson Cloud Dragon is fused. It is far from a spirit artifact of the same level. Good blade, really good blade, except that it looks a little ugly. Zhuge Qiangbang held the kitchen knife that Du Xiaofu had just refined and praised it. He was shocked that Du Xiaofu was able to refine a spirit artifact on his first attempt. He was also shocked that he could fuse the energy of the beast into the spirit artifact. Vice Dean, did I succeed? Du Xiaofu still had a bitter smile on his face. He guessed that a spirit artifact that no one had refined would end up as a kitchen knife in the end. When it was just refined, there was a mistake at the critical moment when the energy of the Crimson Cloud Dragon was fused into the spirit artifact. Du Xiaofu didn't control it, so the spirit artifact was refined into a kitchen knife. Success, of course it's a success. Zhuge Qiangbang exclaimed. He looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in his eyes. If the outside world knew that he could refine a spirit artifact on his first try, how shocked would they be? That's good. Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. Being able to refine a spirit tool on his first try should not be considered as shameful. After all, he was a 4-star spirit talisman master. If it was too shameful, then it would be a very shameful matter. Suddenly, Zhuge Qiangbang asked Du Xiaofu, was it your idea to refine beast energy into a spirit artifact, or did you have a talisman master to guide you? Actually, I have a talisman master, but my master has some matters to attend to and can't guide me personally. He can only pass on his experiences of refining and his life's comprehension. Among them is the method to fuse beast energy secret arts with spirit artifact. However, it seems that I'm still far from being able to do it. Du Xiaofu didn't hide much from Zhuge Qiangbang after some hesitation. So it really can be done. I've heard that there are talisman masters in the central province who can refine beast energy and secret arts into spirit artifacts. I've always thought it was just a rumor and doubted it. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes today. Sure enough, there's always someone better, Zhuge Qiangbang exclaimed. Vice Principal, if you're interested, I can study the refining method passed down by my master together with you. There are some parts that I can't comprehend in a short time. Maybe I'll need your guidance, Du Xiaofu said. Good boy, just say it directly if you want to benefit this old man. Don't beat around the bush. Are you worried about this old man's face? Zhuge Qiangbang looked at Du Xiaofu, his lifeless eyes rippling with light. He handed the kitchen knife back to Du Xiaofu and said, How could this old man not be interested in that kind of refining method? It's hard to get even with 10,000 gold. Since you want to take advantage of this old man, I won't hesitate to take advantage of you. Du Xiaofu smiled. This vice principal was much more easygoing than he remembered. But you've used up a lot of energy, so you should rest and recover first. It won't be too late to study the refining method then, Zhuge Qiangbang said to Du Xiaofu. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded. He took out a jade slip and gave it to Zhuge Qiangbang before leaving the refining room. He had used up a lot of energy, so he had to rest and recover. The jade slip contained the refining experience and puppet refining experience that he had given to Pil King Yiwuming. Pil King Yiwuming had obtained the refining experience and puppet refining experience, but the secret soldier art didn't have it. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to give the complete secret soldier art to Zhuge Qiangbang. After all, without his master's permission, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to spread his master's painstaking efforts everywhere. He only kept the most important part. However, although it was only a part of what the master had learned in his life, it was shocking enough for any talisman master. And it was undeniable that Du Xiaofu had his own thoughts when he gave a part of the secret soldier art to Zhuge Qiangbang. After Du Xiaofu left the valley, he saw Han Chao in the Weapon Institute. Junior Du, why is your face so pale? There are also bloodstains. Are you injured? Junior Du, I have a few healing pills here. They were given to me by the students of the Martial Arts Institute when they begged me to refine weapons. Quickly take them. Junior Du, quickly adjust your breathing. Don't delay your recovery. Junior Du, if you need anything, just tell me. Don't be shy. Facing Han Chao's endless words and care, Du Xiaofu couldn't refuse at all. Thinking that it would be inconvenient for him to adjust his breathing in the dormitory, he followed Han Chao's enthusiastic lead and found a separate courtyard in the vast and empty Weapon Institute. The courtyard was huge and there were many rooms. Especially with the mountain streams and water around it, it was verdant like a landscape painting. The environment was intoxicating. After the enthusiastic Han Chao left, Du Xiaofu found a room in the courtyard and sat cross-legged to adjust his breathing. I'm a little dizzy, so I wrote a little slowly. I only finished now. If you haven't slept yet, please rest early. I apologize again. Chapter 370. Huff. On the morning of the third day, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The aura around his body was retracted as he stopped his breathing exercises, his clear eyes flashing brightly. Junior brother Du, you've finally come out. Junior sister Li Shui has been waiting for you for an entire day and night. Just as Du Xiaofu tidied up and left the courtyard, he saw an excited senior brother Han Chao in the Weapon Institute. Li Shui. Du Xiaofu's brows twitched. Thinking of that irresistible girl, he immediately felt uneasy. However, he quickly muttered in his heart, Why should I be afraid of that girl? I'm a man, why should I be afraid of being teased by that girl? That's just too cowardly. With this thought, Du Xiaofu gave himself a lot of courage. It's junior sister Li Shui. She seems to have come to find you for something urgent. She's already been waiting for you in the side hall for an entire day and night. Han Chao looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled mysteriously. Junior brother Du, do you and junior sister Li Shui have some kind of special relationship? I see that junior sister Li Shui is extremely anxious while waiting for you. Could it be that your relationship is not shallow, and she admires you? Or do you admire her? It's said that junior sister Li Shui has quite a few suitors among the students. If you succeed, you'll be bringing glory to our weapon institute. You must definitely grasp this opportunity well. Senior brother, I'd better go see what senior sister Li Shui is looking for me for. Du Xiaofu immediately extricated himself. However, he knew that once this senior brother Han Chao started talking, there would be no end to it. Junior brother Du, slow down. I'm not done yet. That junior sister Li Shui is really not bad. However, if you two really do get together, you must be careful. I'm afraid that quite a few people will come looking for trouble with you. In the side hall of the Artifact Institute, Du Xiaofu saw Li Shui, who was sitting upright. Although she had changed her attire today, it was still as beautiful and hot as before. She wore tight shorts that just wrapped around her perky buttocks, revealing her slender and white long legs, and a gauze dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her soft and supple waist, coupled with her firm and round perky buttocks, formed an exceptionally graceful and alluring arc. Junior brother Du, where's Han Chao? Upon seeing Du Xiaofu, Li Shui was the first to ask about Han Chao. Senior brother Han Chao should be behind me, Du Xiaofu said. He was puzzled in his heart. Didn't Li Shui come to find him? Why did she ask about Han Chao first? Good, quick, let's get out of here first. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Li Shui felt as if she had been pardoned. She immediately stood up and her graceful and seductive body directly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Without any hesitation, she pulled Du Xiaofu's hand and immediately ran out of the door. Senior sister Li Shui, why are you looking for me? Can you tell me first? Before Du Xiaofu could react, he was involuntarily pulled out of the door by Li Shui. Let's get out of here first in case Han Chao comes back. For some reason, Li Shui seemed to be extremely apprehensive of Han Chao. She pulled Du Xiaofu and ran away, afraid that Han Chao would chase after them. A moment later, after leaving the Talisman Institute, Li Shui stopped. She was panting slightly and her chest was slightly moving up and down, causing her originally exquisite curves to be even more perfect and alluring at this moment. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's gaze was involuntarily fixed on that alluring curve. We finally got rid of Han Chao. I listened to him for an entire day and it was like he was chanting scriptures. My ears are about to grow calluses. It was too scary. Li Shui took a long deep breath, as if she had just been pardoned, as if she had just escaped from some dangerous place. She looked sideways at Du Xiaofu and saw that Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on her aroused curve. She said, "You're still looking? You look pretty honest. I think you're just a little pervert. You only have the heart but not the gut. Senior sister, you were the one who held my hand and refused to let go. How can you blame me?" Du Xiaofu looked at Li Shui and thought to himself. He was a man after all. This time, he could not be afraid of this woman. Otherwise, this woman would really think that he was easy to tease. What's wrong with holding hands? I let you take advantage of me for nothing. What else do you have to say? Li Shui glared at Du Xiaofu as a trace of embarrassment flashed across her eyes. She discreetly let go of Du Xiaofu's hand. Is this considered taking advantage of you? Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. This woman was the one who pulled him and ran outside. He really did not have the intention to take advantage of her. When Li Shui heard this, she could feel that Du Xiaofu was somewhat different today. Her alluring curves were slightly straightened as she purposely stuck close to Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were slightly raised as her gaze was filled with a teasing light. Her red lips were slightly parted, as though she wanted to entice Du Xiaofu to kiss her. Then what do you think would be considered as taking advantage? Looking at Li Shui in front of him, This woman was really too much of a bully. Du Xiaofu steeled his heart and clenched his teeth. He did not know where the courage came from, but he immediately waved his hand and slapped Li Shue's firm and round buttocks. His hand held her buttocks. They were firm and soft, with some elasticity. Du Xiaofu could not help but pinch them a few times. He thought to himself, at least this is considered taking advantage of me. Silence, the surrounding space, suddenly became silent. Li Shue's attractive face suddenly froze. Her beautiful eyes were dazed, and then, in an instant, a rosy color climbed up. Her delicate face turned red with a schwa-schwa sound. As if he felt the change in Li Shue, Du Xiaofu was also stunned. However, his hand was still tightly pinching Li Shue's firm buttocks. He seemed to have forgotten to let go and subconsciously pinched twice more. "Lecher, little pervert, let go of me." After a few breaths, Li Shue seemed to have reacted. She suddenly shouted, her beautiful face turned pale, and immediately retreated. "You were the one who asked me what is considered taking advantage of you. I was just demonstrating. How am I a lecher?" Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. His face was smeared with a trace of grievance. Li Shue retreated a few steps, her beautiful face turned pale and flushed. Although she was dressed a little brighter in the academy and had a more cheerful personality, she had never really gotten close to any boy. She did not know why, but she liked to tease this young man in front of her, who originally looked a little dull, and was even a little afraid of her. Who would have thought that today, this young man would suddenly be so bold and actually put his hand on her buttocks that had never been touched by anyone before? That was a private place. This brat must have been pretending in the past. When there are many people, he pretends to be a pure man. When there is no one, he reveals the true face of a pervert. Li Shue stared closely at Du Xiaofu. Looking at the face that was deliberately pretending to be wronged and innocent, she felt more and more that this young man must be faking it. Looking at Li Shue, Du Xiaofu slightly clenched his 5 fingers. Feeling the touch just now, it was really not bad. It seemed to be comparable to the touch of the woman in the dark forest in tight clothes. "Du Xiaofu, what are you thinking? Are you really a lecher?" Du Xiaofu stopped thinking and secretly scolded himself. Then, he looked at Li Shue, who did not dare to come closer, and said, "Senior Li Shue, why are you looking for me?" "Oh no." Hearing this, Li Shue remembered the important matter. Suddenly, her beautiful face turned serious. Looking at Du Xiaofu, she said, "Actually, I am here to apologize. If it were not for me, this would not have happened. You must go to the Peace Square immediately. If you are late, I am afraid that something unexpected will happen." "What exactly happened?" Looking at Li Shue's serious expression, Du Xiaofu also became serious. "You should know that Qinggu Yu challenged you to a duel, right?" Li Shue raised her head and asked. "I know, but I did not go." Du Xiaofu nodded. Looking at Li Shue, he said, "This matter seems to have something to do with you, right?" "That's right. This matter started because of me, but I did not expect it to develop like this. This matter was originally between me and Qinggu Yu, but it implicated you and Junior Ouyang Shuang." Li Shue looked at Du Xiaofu apologetically and said, "My family and Qinggu Yu's family have been friends for generations. Therefore, both families have always hoped that I can be together with Qinggu Yu. This is something that both families believe to be natural. Qinggu Yu also believes this. Therefore, in the past few years in Tianwu Academy, whenever a male approached me, the consequences would be dire. However, I do not feel anything for Qinggu Yu. I have told Qinggu Yu before, but Qinggu Yu is unusually persistent. Not long ago, I told him that I—" Li Shue paused for a moment, and her beautiful face turned slightly red. She then said to Du Xiaofu, "Not long ago, I told Qinggu Yu that I like you and told him to stop bothering me. I thought that he would at most cause trouble for you once, and with your strength, you should not be afraid of him. However, I did not expect that he would challenge you to a duel. After waiting for 4 days, you still did not go, and then? What happened?" Du Xiaofu immediately asked. Since this matter was related to Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu could not help but worry. Changyu knows that you have a special relationship with Junior Ouyang, so he sent someone to challenge Junior Ouyang. Junior Ouyang couldn't refuse, or her name would be removed from the martial ranking. Li Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "That guy is called Guoming. Originally, his cultivation was ordinary, and it was difficult for him to even enter the martial ranking. However, I heard that a year and a half ago, he accidentally obtained the inheritance of an expert and obtained great benefit. Now, he is already at the peak of the perfection of the pulse spirit stage. 3 days ago, he heavily injured the 93rd ranked Cold Blade Li Ji with a single move, and then issued a challenge to Junior Ouyang Shuang. Junior Ouyang Shuang's ranking has now risen to 92nd. Facing Guoming's challenge, according to the Academy's rules, she cannot refuse, or else she will be removed from the martial ranking. They have already said that if you don't hide, Guoming will heavily injure Junior Ouyang Shuang until you come out." "When is Guoming's challenge?" Du Xiaofu's expression had long since turned gloomy. A wave of coldness fluctuated within his clear eyes, causing the surrounding space to tremble for no reason. Chapter 371. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Just today, I already went to look for Qianguyu, but even I can't stop him now. His goal is to force you out, Li Shui said apologetically. Guoming, Qianguyu, Du Xiaofu muttered, a cold look on his face. The Peace Square was usually crowded, but recently, it had grown even more. Because the Tianwu conference was approaching, many seniors had issued challenges to the martial ranking. Those ranked lower on the martial ranking were naturally the primary target. However, the Academy had its own rules. After a student on the martial ranking accepted a challenge, they could refuse to accept another challenge for 2 days. However, after 2 days, they had to accept the challenge unconditionally. Otherwise, their name would be removed from the martial ranking, and the benefits of being on the martial ranking would be lost. The Peace Square was still crowded with spectators today. Bang 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 in the center of the square, a lithe figure and a gray-robed figure were clashing non-stop. Sword shadows shot out, saber light cut through the air, and muffled sounds of energy constantly rang out. "I wonder if Ouyang Shuang can do anything to Guoming. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. I heard that Guoming obtained an expert's inheritance, and his strength has skyrocketed. He didn't show much before, but recently, he's become a legend. Guoming is from Qianguyu. This time, he attacked Ouyang Shuang, and even threatened to deal a heavy blow if Du Xiaofu doesn't come out. It's a pity that Du Xiaofu hasn't come out yet. Looks like if Guoming wins this time, he won't go easy on Ouyang Shuang. Guoming has always been a vicious and merciless person." Discussions broke out all around the Peace Square, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the fight between the man and woman in the square. In a corner of the square, a dozen or so youths arrived. Their auras were faintly discernible, and they seemed extremely powerful. In the lead, a tall and burly youth stood quietly. His expression was calm, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Junior Ouyang, it's a pity you're still not strong enough." In the square, a yellow-robed youth flashed like lightning, instantly arriving in front of the lithe figure in front of him. His indifferent eyes glanced at the lithe woman in front of him. The large saber spirit weapon in his hand drew the energy of heaven and earth, and a sharp saber light slashed out. Walala! The blade light descended, and a swift and fierce aura engulfed the vast sky. Dazzling symbols flashed, and a strong wind wrapped around Ouyang Shuang's graceful figure. Ouyang Shuang raised her eyebrows with a serious look in her eyes. The long sword in her hand shot out, and runes surged out of the sword light, forming a spatial arc in the air. Before the tip of the sword, the sharp rune sword light swept out, passing through the obstruction of the air and directly touching the blade of the yellow-clothed youth. Ding! After the crisp sound, a fierce gust of wind swept out. The blade and the tip of the sword collided. The force of the blade was obviously much stronger, and the runes corroded the sword light. Under the pressure of the powerful energy, the sword in Yang Shuang's hand was immediately pressed into a terrifying arc, as if it would shatter at any moment. Many people in the square broke out in cold sweat for Yang Shuang. Yang Shuang seems to be unable to contend against Guoming. Guoming's strength is truly astonishing. Many senior students gasped in surprise. Guoming had been silent in the academy for more than 3 years, but he had suddenly risen up. His strength was extraordinary. He was able to bend the longsword in Yang Shuang's hand with the strength of his blade. It was clear how terrifying his strength was. Chi. Just as many gazes were filled with surprise, Yang Shuang did not panic in the face of danger. She gently tapped her feet on the ground, and the green runes on her longsword surged. Profound chi poured into the longsword, and suddenly, her strength soared. The runes were dazzling, and repelled the yellow-clothed youth's blade. With the help of the rebound, Yang Shuang's beautiful figure immediately soared into the air. At the same time, the longsword in her hand trembled, and in an instant, a total of 7 sword beams shot out. Swish, swish, the 7 rays of sword light faintly contained a peculiar ripple that was accompanied by a powerful pressure. Immediately after, 7 sword lights gathered in front of Yang Shuang and swooped down from the sky. The 7 sword lights were pointed directly at the yellow-robed young man. The 7 sword lights seemed to be able to tear apart space. The runic sword lights brought along 7 arc-shaped fluctuations in the air as they descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the yellow-robed young man. Good, as expected of Yang Shuang, ranked 92nd on the martial ranking. Following Yang Shuang's series of reactions, from being suppressed to borrowing the momentum to instantly counterattack, and the might of her sword technique, many of the surrounding senior students couldn't help but burst into cheers. Your reaction is not bad. You're not weak, but your cultivation is a little lacking. Facing the 7 sword beams that Yang Shuang sent down from the sky, the yellow-clothed youth let out a muffled groan from his throat. Instead of retreating, his figure advanced, and an earth-shattering aura swept across the square. On the large saber spirit artifact in his hand, a terrifying profound chi surged and erupted. Waves of profound chi accompanied by runes wrapped around the large saber spirit artifact. The saber beams swept out, and the 7 saber beams instantly swept across the sky, resisting the 7 sword beams. The sword beams and saber beams confronted each other, and after a moment of stalemate, they dissipated in the air at the same time, and the energy swept across the sky and spread out. Swish, swish. At the same time that the 7 sword beams were shattered, Yang Shuang's beautiful figure gently tapped on the air, drawing an alluring arc in the air. As if she was already prepared, her long sword once again slashed down, and an energy sword beam shot out again, directly sweeping towards the yellow-clothed youth like lightning. Let's end this quickly. The yellow-clothed youth's eyes were filled with a sneer, and a terrifying and crazy aura once again erupted from the large saber in his hand. That crazy and terrifying aura shocked the surrounding students. It turned out that Guoming's cultivation had actually reached such a powerful level. The large saber spirit artifact broke through the air, and directly landed on Yang Shuang's sword beam with a terrifying and crazy aura. Boom! The two collided, and a dazzling energy exploded with a thunderous muffled sound. The energy force frantically swept and rippled into the distance. Chi amidst the energy ripples, the yellow-clothed youth's figure broke through the air, and instantly shot towards Yang Shuang. A sharp gale swept out, causing the air to automatically separate and ripple backward. His speed was as fast as lightning. Yang Shuang's expression changed greatly, and her eyebrows knitted tightly. Her feet tapped on the air, and her body flew back dozens of meters like a swallow. However, in the end, her speed was still slightly slower than her opponent's. The yellow-clothed youth appeared, and a palm print had already been condensed and slapped out. It was almost in a barbaric manner, and under Oh Yangshuang's rapid evasion, it still directly hit Oh Yangshuang's shoulder. Boom! The palm landed, and a low muffled sound rang out. Oh Yangshuang fell backwards, and her feet finally landed on the plaza. Crack, crack, cracks immediately spread out from the place where Oh Yangshuang's feet landed. She took 7 steps back, and the bluestone floor where her feet landed shattered. Poochie, when Oh Yangshuang stabilized her delicate body, she spat out a mouthful of dark red blood, and her face was pale. Oh Yangshuang raised her head to look at the yellow-clothed youth, who had also suddenly landed on the ground. In terms of cultivation level, Guoming was already at the peak of the perfect pulse spirit stage, and was probably only a step away from the martial marquis stage. The difference in cultivation level was too great, and it was difficult for her to cross it. Junior Oh Yangshuang, you're not my match. The yellow-clothed youth slowly walked towards Oh Yangshuang. The large saber in his hand was suffused with a sharp blade light, and his eyes were cold and arrogant. Although he had entered Tianwu Academy in the past 3 years, and his talent was extraordinary, he was not dazzling in Tianwu Academy, where geniuses gathered. He was not even able to enter the martial ranking. Everything had changed after he had obtained that expert's inheritance. His strength had skyrocketed. He had long since decided that he would step on the martial ranking to reach the position he wanted. The Tianwu Assembly was the best opportunity for him to make a name for himself in the empire. That's right, I'm not your match. You've won and I've lost. From now on, the 92nd place on the martial ranking is yours. Oh Yangshuang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth as she watched the yellow-clothed youth walk towards her. She then turned around and left. The yellow-clothed young man was stunned as he watched Oh Yangshuang leave. It seemed that he did not expect that Oh Yangshuang would actually admit defeat. She did not even activate her pulse spirit before giving up the fight. This seemed to be different from what he had imagined. Junior Oh Yangshuang, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I heard that your Scarlet Sky two-headed leopard pulse spirit is extraordinary. Why don't you let me see it? The yellow-clothed youth was stunned for a moment. He watched as Oh Yangshuang's beautiful figure was about to leave the stage. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, and his figure immediately rushed towards Oh Yangshuang. He did not plan to give up so easily. How could he go back on his word so easily? If Du Xiaofu did not come out, then he would not be courteous today. Chi la la. The yellow-clothed youth's figure flashed and appeared behind Oh Yangshuang in an instant. He moved his hand, and a sharp blade light shot out from the spiritual weapon broadsword in his hand. Suddenly, it slashed towards Oh Yangshuang's back. The sharp blade light swept through the air, and energy was released to seal and solidify the space. Oh Yangshuang did not expect Guoming to attack her from behind after she had admitted defeat. This was clearly against the Academy's rules. In a split second, it was already too late for Oh Shi to defend or dodge. As the sharp blade light slashed down, Oh Yangshuang even felt a burning sensation from her back. Her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Sneak attack from behind, who do you think you are? Suddenly, an indifferent and cold voice rang out from the plaza, and a purple-robed figure strangely appeared behind Oh Yangshuang. Chapter 372. When this cold and indifferent voice entered her ears, Oh Yangshuang's grave and pale face instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Swish, in that split second, under the attentive gazes of the crowd, a purple-robed voice instantly appeared behind Oh Yangshuang. Faced with Guoming's swift and fierce blade flash that had already swept towards Oh Yangshuang's back, the latter gently waved his long sleeves, causing a gust of wind to sweep out. In that instant, the purple-robed figure's hand, wrapped in golden talisman patterns, directly reached out from within his long sleeves. All of this happened at a speed that was dazzling to the eyes, and it was like a ghost. The palm that was covered in golden talisman markings directly grabbed onto Guoming's blade light, and in practically an instant, that fierce blade light was directly destroyed as easily as dry weeds. Crack, crack. At this moment, the purple-robed figure took a step forward, leaving behind afterimages. His terrifying speed was like a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, he had rapidly closed in on Guoming. His forefinger and middle finger separated. Wrapped in a golden glow, he tightly clamped the tip of the large blade spiritual artifact. Guoming's expression changed greatly. Profound qi surged, wanting to pull out the large blade spirit weapon. However, to his surprise, his large blade spirit weapon was clamped between the other party's fingers. It was as steady as a boulder, completely unshakable. Who is this? How can he be so strong? In that instant, seriousness and shock surfaced on Guoming's face. For some unknown reason, a chill abruptly gushed out from his skin, while unease suddenly gushed out from his soul. Crack, 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 crack. The purple-robed figure's gaze was gloomy. A terrifying power suddenly erupted from his two fingers, and the large blade spirit weapon in Guoming's hand directly started to crack. Crack, crack, crack. An extraordinarily valuable large blade spirit weapon immediately shattered into pieces under the shocked gazes of the crowd, crushed by the purple-robed figure with just two fingers. Just how powerful and terrifying was this kind of strength? Crack, the spiritual weapon broadsword was directly shattered, but the purple-robed figure did not stop at all. Guoming violently spat out a mouthful of blood because the spiritual weapon broadsword was shattered. Just as he was about to explosively retreat, he discovered that the purple-robed figure had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. His eyes revealed a resolute face. His clear eyes flickered with a chilling light, swift and intimidating, causing one's hair to stand on end. The purple-robed figure raised his head, revealing Du Xiaofu's currently cold and indifferent face. His right hand directly grabbed Guoming's right hand, which had been holding the blade, at an unbelievable speed. Golden talisman secret engravings erupted, after which an enormous force gushed out from his hand and violently pulled. Gotcha! Under the astonished and astounded gazes of everyone present, Guoming's right arm was instantly torn off from his shoulder, causing a bloody mist to spray out and spray onto the square. A miserable wail immediately came out of Guoming's mouth. In an instant, his face twitched in intense pain. Bang! However, this was not the end of the matter. On Du Xiaofu's indifferent face, a chilling light flickered in his eyes. His left hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Golden talisman secret engravings wrapped around his left hand, and an enormous amount of energy was mixed with it as it ruthlessly smashed towards Guoming's lower abdomen. Boom! Wherever the fist passed, the air would explode endlessly. In the end, under the horrified gazes of the surrounding Tianwu Academy students, the fist solidly smashed into Guoming's lower abdomen. Chi 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 chi, the terrifying energy contained a tyrannical force, causing Guoming's body to be thrown into the air. His body was like a fragile kite as he was sent flying. Boom! In the end, Guoming's body landed on the square far away, causing the ground to tremble. Cracks continuously appeared on the surface of the ground. Poochie poochie, Guoming landed on the ground with blood dripping from his body. His mouth was filled with foam, and his face twitched malevolently like a dying beast. His eyes were lifeless and lifeless. The surrounding space suddenly turned silent. It wasn't difficult for everyone to understand that even if Guoming didn't die, he was already crippled. His god watchtower was definitely shattered. Even if he managed to survive, he would suffer a fate worse than death. Goo goo, it took a long time for the crowd to regain their senses. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. When they saw the purple-robed figure clearly, their gazes changed greatly. Du Xiaofu, it's Du Xiaofu. He finally appeared. He crippled Guoming the moment he made his move. A commotion broke out among the crowd. Only then did Li Shui rush to the square. When she saw Guoming on the square, who was already doomed, her face turned pale. At a corner of the square, a dozen or so youths stood together. Their eyes were also filled with astonishment. The leader of the dozen or so youths was a tall and sturdy youth. At this moment, he was staring intently at the purple-robed youth who had suddenly appeared on the square. His eyes suddenly began to emit a sharp fluctuation. "Are you all right?" On the square, Du Xiaofu did not even spare a glance at Guoming. He immediately strode to the side of Ouyang Shuang, who was also rather shocked at this moment, and asked, "I'm fine." Ouyang Shuang regained her senses, her big eyes looked at the twitching Guoming in the distance, then looked at Du Xiaofu, and said worriedly, "You seem to have caused trouble again. It's good that you're fine." Du Xiaofu did not mind and said to Ouyang Shuang, "Don't worry, that guy won't die, but he can forget about touching you in the future. He broke the Academy's rules first, I crippled him, and the Academy has nothing to say. Junior Ouyang, are you all right? It's all my fault for causing trouble. I didn't expect to implicate you guys. I'm really sorry." Li Shui hurriedly jumped to the square and arrived beside Ouyang Shuang. Seeing that Ouyang Shuang seemed to be fine, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, I'm fine. This matter can't be entirely your fault." Ouyang Shuang smiled, not intending to blame Li Shui. "You guys can leave. I still have things to take care of." Looking at Ouyang Shuang and Li Shui, Du Xiaofu indicated for them to leave first. "Then you be careful." Ouyang Shuang nodded, as if she knew what Du Xiaofu wanted to do, and then Li Shui left with small steps. As he watched the two girls leave, Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the plaza. Suddenly, his purple robe fluttered as he shouted, "Who is Qiangu Yu? Get the hell up here!" The sound waves rippled out along with the surging profound energy, reverberating in the surroundings of the plaza. It was enough for everyone in the huge plaza to hear it clearly. Is Du Xiaofu finally going to make a move? As Du Xiaofu's voice spread out, the surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. Numerous gazes immediately looked towards the corner of the square in unison, towards the tall and sturdy young man who was surrounded by over 10 young men. Under the gazes of the crowd, the gazes of the dozen youths behind the tall and sturdy youth fluctuated as they all looked at the tall and sturdy youth. At this moment, under the gazes of the surrounding academy students, the tall and sturdy youth raised his head and looked at the purple-robed youth in the plaza. Suddenly, the profound energy beneath his feet erupted, and his figure immediately swept through the air like lightning. In a flash, he suddenly landed on the plaza less than a few meters in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! As the youth landed, the entire ground trembled as cracks spread out from his feet. His originally handsome face was now slightly cold as he stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. He sneered, "You're Du Xiaofu? Looks like you're the so-called Overlord Spear, Qiangu Yu." Du Xiaofu looked at Qiangu Yu before him. His invisible aura fluctuated as though it was capable of affecting the surrounding space. Qiangu Yu was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, and his reputation wasn't undeserved. Just as Ouyang Shuang had mentioned, he had reached the late stage of the martial marquis stage. Don't think that you can act arrogantly in Tianwu Academy just because you killed some random people in the dark forest. You finally have the guts to show yourself today. Qiangu Yu coldly stared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let's duel. If you win, Li Shui will be yours. If you lose, I'll teach you a lesson that you'll never forget. I'm not interested in your so-called duel, and this matter has nothing to do with anyone. Do you think that I have to show up just because you want to duel? Who do you think you are? You think too highly of yourself." Du Xiaofu coldly replied. His gaze gradually turned cold as he continued, "I originally wanted to ignore you, but you shouldn't have touched my bottom line. Since you dared to touch the people around me, prepare to pay the price today. Since you want to play, I'll play with you today." Hearing this, Qiangu Yu's gaze gradually turned even colder, and his expression turned even uglier. Du Xiaofu didn't place him in his eyes at all. His arrogant expression and sinister gaze were like that of a venomous snake, and his aura slowly fluctuated. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from his tall and sturdy body. Walala! The aura burst out like a storm, sweeping across the square in an instant. Dust and gravel were swept away, and the shock wave was like a dragon soaring into the sky with a domineering aura. Du Xiaofu, you'll pay the price for your words. Believe me, I, Qiangu Yu, will definitely make you pay the price. Chang Gu Yu's gloomy voice reverberated throughout the square. His voice was so cold and sinister that even the students in the square felt a chill run down their spines. Everyone could tell that Du Xiaofu had completely angered Overlord Spear Qiangu Yu. Today's update is complete. Chapter 373. The gazes of all the academy students in the square fell on the purple-robed youth with a broadsword on his back. That Du Xiaofu could easily cripple Guoming, who had almost stepped into the martial lord realm, but could he really do anything to the overlord Spear Qiangu Yu? After all, Qiangu Yu was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, stronger than Fire Blade Baiming Feng and the others. Stop being noisy, make your move. A cold smile also appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. He took a small step forward, his purple robes fluttering slightly. Waves of faint golden profound energy rippled where his feet touched the ground, and cracks quietly spread out on the limestone floor of the square. Without question, Du Xiaofu was also angry. Everyone had a reverse scale and a bottom line, and Du Xiaofu's bottom line and reverse scale were the people by his side. Whoever dared to touch the people by his side or have any ideas about them was touching Du Xiaofu's bottom line, touching Du Xiaofu's reverse scale. Guoming wanted to touch Ouyang Shuang today, and Du Xiaofu knew that all of this was the doing of this overlord Spear Qiangu Yu before him. He did not intend to be polite in his heart. Originally, there was nothing to gain, so he did not want to bother with this person. But now that this Qiangu Yu dared to touch the people by his side, he could not ignore this person. At this moment, sensing the aura rippling from Du Xiaofu's body, many of the surrounding students were moved. That guy really was, as the rumors said. His cultivation level was not high, but his strength was terrifying. You do have some strength. Qiangu Yu was a little surprised when he felt Du Xiaofu's aura. No wonder this Du Xiaofu could cripple Guoming so easily, and also catch Li Xue's eye. But today, in front of all the students, he had to let everyone know that no matter how much a new student jumped around, how could he be a match for him? His gaze was gloomy as he looked at Du Xiaofu. The ancient jade handprint began to condense, and waves of yellow light profound qi surged out from his body. In an instant, it fluctuated in the surrounding space, causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. Boom! In just a short time, a faint yellow light enveloped Qiangu Yu's body like a flowing yellow liquid. The yellow light continued to overflow, and it was extremely mysterious. Great Earth Shield, Qiangu Yu's ultimate defensive technique. It's specifically used to defend against opponents with great brute strength. It seems like Qiangu Yu knows Du Xiaofu very well. That's why he set up the Great Earth Shield right off the bat. On the edge of the square, Li Xue was staring at the ancient jade. She then turned to Ouyang Shuang and asked, "Ouyang, what do you think? Can that little boy resist the ancient jade?" Ouyang Shuang's big eyes moved slightly, and she frowned slightly. "I don't know either. I don't know what level he's at now. The defense seems to be pretty good." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the faint yellow profound energy barrier around Qiangu Yu's body. The 8th on the martial ranking was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, Du Xiaofu had never had any misgivings when it came to defense. The faint golden profound energy around his body rippled and stretched out, and one could faintly notice golden talisman markings spreading out from his exposed skin. "Little boy, make your move. Otherwise, people will say that I'm bullying a new student." Qiangu Yu sneered. Judging from Du Xiaofu's aura, he could tell that Du Xiaofu was only at the pulse spirit realm, and not only that, he wasn't very strong. It seemed that his strength was exaggerated. No matter how strong he was, how strong could a mere pulse spirit stage practitioner be? Luck probably played a significant role in his reputation. This only proved that he was a lucky brat. But this time, in front of Qianguyu, his luck was destined to end. It's already shameless of you to challenge me to a duel at your age. Why do you have to make it sound so noble? Of course, I'll fulfill your wish today. Du Xiaofu's lips curved into a cold smile. He looked at Qianguyu and said, "Since you're the one who wants to duel with me, I'll let you make the first move. I'll let you be even more shameless." Qianguyu is a senior, and he's much older. He has the advantage. In that case, Qianguyu seems to be a little shameless. As Du Xiaofu's words fell, there was no lack of students around the square who were gossiping. "Little boy, you're still boasting shamelessly when disaster is about to befall you. You're asking for it." Hearing the discussions around him, Qianguyu's face darkened to the extreme. Light yellow profound energy surged from the soles of his feet, and a powerful energy-muffled sound came from the soles of his feet. Then, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, his tall and sturdy figure turned into an afterimage and shot towards Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. A billowing aura and pressure crossed the short distance of a few meters and suddenly pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Looking at the figure that flashed over in an instant, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. The surrounding light golden profound energy was unobstructed and swept out with a loud bang. It was like a fierce beast that had awakened, and its aura erupted. Boom! Both of them were extremely powerful auras. Before they even exchanged blows, their auras had already collided with each other. The collision of the two auras seemed to be invisible, but it was exceptionally ferocious. A muffled sound of energy, like a thunderclap, suddenly resounded throughout the square. Walala, terrifying waves of air rapidly shot out from the collision of the two auras. Chi. The short distance of a few meters was almost instantaneous for a martial lord realm cultivator. Like a bolt of lightning, Qianguyu's figure appeared, and a hint of viciousness appeared on his rather heroic face. The fist in his hand was wrapped in yellow talisman mysterious runes, and it was dazzling like a sun. In an instant, a vortex of energy surged around him, forming a huge energy storm that suddenly exploded towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble! This punch caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Wherever the fist passed, the runes dazzled, and the deafening muffled sound of energy resounded through the square. Suddenly, the cracks on the ground of the square suddenly spread out in all directions like a spider web. The terrifying pressure and ferocious aura on the fist suppressed the sky, and in an instant, Du Xiaofu, who was close by, was directly frozen in space and swept into it. Violent Earth Fist, Qianguyu's ultimate move. Qianguyu used all of his strength in this one move to defeat Du Xiaofu in one move. Violent Earth Fist, that's a martial technique at the marquis level. I didn't expect Qianguyu to have mastered it. He used his ultimate move right off the bat. Qianguyu doesn't want to defeat Du Xiaofu in one move. He wants to cripple Du Xiaofu in one move. The instant Qianguyu made his move, the faces of the surrounding students turned pale. Qianguyu had used his ultimate move right off the bat, and he had no intention of letting Du Xiaofu go so easily. Everyone was worried. Although Du Xiaofu was extraordinary, could he really contend with Qianguyu, a veteran in the top 10 of the martial ranking? At this moment, all eyes fell on the purple-robed figure with a broadsword on his back. A terrifying gale swept out, and the purple-robed youth with the broadsword on his back and long black hair behind his back fluttered in the wind. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Du Xiaofu made his move. His hand seals changed rapidly, and then he opened his palm. Golden light surged out like a fan, and mysterious runes flickered on his palm. In the blink of an eye, his hand viciously slammed toward Qianguyu's fist. Crackle! Wherever his hand passed, it was as if an arc-shaped golden space was condensed around his palm. In the space around his palm, golden runes were densely packed, layer upon layer, like the wings of a rock. Boom! A domineering aura erupted from Du Xiaofu's body like a volcanic eruption, causing the space around him to tremble. Then, his hand viciously slammed into Qiangu Yu's fist. As the hand seal slammed into Qiangu Yu's storm-like fist, a terrifying wave of energy rippled out from the point of contact. There was no deafening explosion, only the two terrifying waves of energy that bloomed like fireworks in the square. Crackle, the energy storm around Qiangu Yu's terrifying fist was instantly destroyed. Du Xiaofu's hand landed on Qiangu Yu's fist. Qiangu Yu's fist was destroyed by Du Xiaofu's fist, and Du Xiaofu's fist collided with it. Qiangu Yu's brows furrowed, and the terrifying power in his fist was completely destroyed by the golden hand seal. The terrifying energy rippled out, and Qiangu Yu's clothes were torn apart. His hair was disheveled, and his fist began to tremble. Intense pain surged through his body, and it felt like his fist was about to shatter. Crackle, Qiangu Yu's face was filled with shock, and his disheveled body immediately retreated. Humph! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, and his figure flickered like a god. The golden hand seal followed closely behind him, and with the force of a bolt of lightning, it viciously slammed into Qiangu Yu's yellow defensive light barrier. Crack, crack! Under such a heavy blow, the stalemate lasted for a moment before the yellow light barrier around Qiangu Yu crumbled and shattered into ruins. Bam bam! Qiangu Yu was also pushed back by a powerful force, and it took him a dozen steps to disperse the terrifying force. Wherever his feet passed, the ground was pulverized. When Qiangu Yu stabilized his body, his hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and a trace of blood was seeping out from the corner of his mouth. In just one move, not only did Qiangu Yu fail to defeat Du Xiaofu, but he was also injured by Du Xiaofu, and even his defense was destroyed. The square was silent, and only the aftermath of the energy ripples were still spreading. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Chapter 374. He's so strong. Li Shui's jaw dropped. She was well aware of Qiangu Yu's strength. He was close to the peak of the martial Marquis realm. Even the martial Marquis of the mystical Marquis realm would be no match for him. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would be able to defeat Qiangu Yu with a single blow? Did you see that? Our third bro didn't even bother to fight before. Qiangu Yu is nothing compared to the Overlord's spear. Sun Ji, who was in the crowd, suddenly burst into laughter after recovering from his shock. His heart was filled with relief. Many people had said that Sun Ji was afraid of the ancient jade and didn't dare to show up. Now, he was laughing heartily. Qiangu Yu stared at Du Xiaofu with a dark expression. He had never thought that he would be defeated with a single blow. How was he going to survive in the academy? Bastard! Qiangu Yu roared in his heart. He shook his arm, and a yellow spear appeared in his hand. Boom! Runes surged as the spear appeared, and the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings began to surge, as if it was gathering towards the spear. A domineering aura emanated from the spear, and the nearby students shuddered and retreated. That's the Overlord's spear, a semi-talisman weapon. It's said that it's the closest spiritual weapon to a talisman weapon. Qiangu Yu is going to fight with his life on the line. Everyone looked at Qiangu Yu. With the semi-talisman weapon Overlord's spear in his hand, Qiangu Yu's aura suddenly surged. With the half-talisman weapon Overlord's spear, who knew how many people of the same cultivation level had been defeated by him? Back when he was training in the Dark Forest, he had also killed experts of the martial Marquis mysterious level. Therefore, when he heard that Du Xiaofu had captured Ghost Claw, he did not feel anything. He channeled all of his profound energy into the Overlord's spear in his hand, and the space around Qiangu Yu began to twist and distort. The runes sparkling on the Overlord's spear started to glow with a strange yellow brilliance. As though it was alive, the runes started to spread out, seemingly absorbing the energy fluctuations in the surrounding space, causing an energy vortex to form in the space around the spear. Gales howled around the plaza, causing sand and pebbles to fly about, as though they wanted to devour everything in their path. Terrifying energies rumbled as they converged towards the Overlord's spear. Clang! He stomped his spear viciously into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and cracks to appear. Dazzling yellow runes erupted from his body, threatening to shatter the space around him. Changyu stared straight at Du Xiaofu as he said in a domineering voice, "Use your weapon, Du Xiaofu. My Overlord's spear will show you that you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as he shot a glance at Qianguyu. "You're so noisy again. If you want to fight, then hurry up. You'll regret this." Qianguyu's body trembled as he brandished his Overlord's spear. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he stepped forward. A dazzling and domineering spear projection erupted from his body as he roared, "Overlord's spear!" As Changguyu's voice trailed off, the energy vortex around the Overlord's spear abruptly faltered, and the ground in the plaza was reduced to dust right before everyone's astonished eyes. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of spear projections surged through the air with ferocious power. Whoosh whoosh! The spear projection was as fast as lightning, and the yellow brilliance on the tip of the spear erupted like a torrential flood. The dazzling yellow spear projection that blotted out the sky tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, bringing with it a sharp sonic boom. The entire plaza trembled violently as the spear projection passed through it, and long cracks spread across the plaza like a river. What a powerful Overlord spear, Qianguyu! The Overlord spear seems to be a marquee rank Mystery Realm martial skill. The surrounding students' expressions turned grave as they sensed Qianguyu's strength. The Overlord spear was a half-practitioner weapon, and it was a marquee rank Mystery Realm martial skill. Furthermore, Qianguyu himself was extraordinary. Even a marquee rank Mystery Realm martial skill would be killed by this spear. Whoosh whoosh! The spear projection swept through the air, and energy rippled as it shot toward Du Xiaofu. It tore through the air like a bomb, and the sound of sonic booms rang out endlessly. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he was engulfed by the domineering spear light. As the target of the attack, he could clearly feel the terrifying attack. No wonder he was ranked 8th on the martial ranking. Such strength was definitely extraordinary. Roar! Just as Qianguyu's spear was about to reach him, Du Xiaofu also made his move. A kitchen knife appeared in his hand, and golden profound qi poured into it. Immediately, resplendent green and red runes gushed out from the kitchen knife, faintly accompanied by the roar of a flood dragon. Looking at the spear projection that was already in front of him, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a sneer, and the kitchen knife immediately slashed at the spear projection. Roar roar! As the knife slashed out, the space suddenly fluctuated, and green and red runes filled the sky. Suddenly, a huge profound cloud scarlet flood dragon phantom swept through the air. The profound cloud scarlet flood dragon roared, and light overflowed, causing the surrounding space to surge like waves. The ripples spread out, and the aura was like the king of all beasts, causing the surrounding space to tremble. In a short instant, the profound cloud scarlet flood dragon's phantom directly engulfed the former's spear light, and the two collided in midair. A muffled sound like thunder resounded, and a terrifying force swept out, causing the space to tremble violently. Rumble! Under the terrifying power, the surge was terrifying. With such a terrifying energy pressure, the air in the surrounding space of the square was also crushed and scattered, forming a vacuum. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge profound cloud scarlet flood dragon phantom destroyed the spear projection and directly coiled around Qianguyu's Overlord spear. Runes burst out, suppressing the sky. Qianguyu wanted to withdraw, but the Overlord spear in his hand was entangled by the flood dragon, and could not be moved. Swish! Then, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in Qianguyu's eyes, and the kitchen knife in his hand directly slashed down. The blade projection expanded in his eyes, and fiercely slashed horizontally at the Overlord's spear. The blade projection fell with unparalleled dominance, and like a cannonball, it caused sparks to flash, and runes to dazzle and soar into the sky. Crack, crack! Under the huge force, the spear trembled, and then was directly cut in half. The half-talisman weapon Overlord's spear was actually cut in half by Du Xiaofu's brute force. The kitchen knife cut the spear, and lightning flashed all the way. Poochie! The Overlord's spear shattered, and Qiangu Yu's eyes were filled with shock and fear, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. And at the same time that the Overlord's spear was cut in half, Du Xiaofu's figure flickered unpredictably, and even as Qiangu Yu was pushed back, he still managed to close in on Qiangu Yu. Oscillating fist. Golden light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes, and suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the 5 fingers of his left hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and a powerful burst of energy erupted. Golden runes quickly gathered on his fist, and in the blink of an eye, he viciously slammed it into Qiangu Yu's chest. Bang, bang, bang! Muffled sounds rang out one after another, and there were a total of 13 explosions. Astonishing waves of energy overlapped, and the momentum multiplied, like a shock wave, finally slamming into Qiangu Yu's chest. The shocking impact of the shockwave was like a thunderclap that rang out endlessly. Qiangu Yu's body was instantly sent flying like a bird with broken wings, and his body finally crashed to the ground. Crack, crack! The terrifying force of the shockwave blasted the ground, and the cracks in the ground grew deeper and deeper. The ground shook and the mountains shook and the ground trembled. Du Xiaofu's face was expressionless as he took a step forward and stomped Qiangu Yu's body into the rubble. Qiangu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with some of his shattered organs. Qiangu Yu let out a miserable shriek. Humph! Du Xiaofu raised his foot, waved his arm, and bent his palm slightly. A suction force surged, and Qiangu Yu's body was sucked into his palm. Du Xiaofu grabbed Qiangu Yu's throat with his claw. Overlord spear Qiangu Yu, now you should know why I didn't bother with you. It's because you don't have the right to fight me. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a mocking smile, as he looked at Qiangu Yu indifferently. With his claw on Qiangu Yu's throat would be snapped if he exerted a little force. Qiangu Yu, who was still arrogant just a moment ago, finally showed fear in his eyes. He was ranked 8th on the martial ranking, and his overlord's spear was cut in half by a kitchen knife. Only now did Qiangu Yu realize the extent of the purple-robed youth's strength. He didn't want to bother with Qiangu Yu because he was afraid of Qiangu Yu, but Qiangu Yu continued to pester him like a clown. Now it was too late for regret. The entire plaza was silent, and everyone's eyes trembled. Who would have thought that Qiangu Yu, who was arrogant just a moment ago, would become an ant in the blink of an eye? The mighty overlord spear Qiangu Yu was nothing in front of Du Xiaofu. Only now did the students realize that Du Xiaofu didn't care about Qiangu Yu because he was a veteran on the martial ranking, but because he didn't care about Qiangu Yu at all. However, Qiangu Yu didn't give up, and now, he was humiliating himself. Whoosh whoosh in the distance of the Peace Square, a large number of flowing light figures were approaching. Waves of powerful auras swept out, and the first few flowing light figures directly landed on the square. Chapter 375. Several figures appeared, led by Elder Liao, Murong Shi, Shangguan Qiong, and Elder Fu. Many of the instructors also landed in a panic, their eyes filled with shock. Greetings, elders. The surrounding students immediately bowed respectfully. They hadn't expected that even the elders would be alerted. Several elders landed on the square and looked around. Looking at the ant-like Qiangu Yu and the crippled Guoming in the distance, their faces twitched and they couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Du Xiaofu, you've already won. Release Qiangu Yu first. Murong Shi's eyes narrowed. He was truly afraid that this brat would stir up trouble again after settling the academy's matter. Elder Liao's eyes also darkened as he looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, release him now. You can't do this again. Du Xiaofu looked at the elders who had arrived, then at Elder Liao. Elders, Qiangu Yu challenged me. I accepted the challenge today. This isn't against the Academy's rules, is it? Of course it's not against the Academy's rules. However, if you intentionally take someone's life, then it's against the rules, Elder Liao said. I know the Academy's rules. Of course I won't take his life. Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Liao with a cold smile. He then looked at Qiangu Yu and said, I originally wanted to ignore you, but you shouldn't have touched the people around me. The Academy forbids killing, so I'll spare your life today. However, you've crossed my bottom line, so you must pay the price. Qiangu Yu looked at Du Xiaofu's cold smile in fear. He seemed to sense something, and his eyes trembled violently. A chill surged from the depths of his soul, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? Stop! Sensing that Du Xiaofu was about to make a move, Elder Liao roared and stomped his foot on the ground. Then, he pounced on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu grabbed Qiangu Yu's neck with his right hand and punched Qiangu Yu's abdomen with his left hand before hurling Qiangu Yu's body toward Elder Liao. Chi la la, Elder Liao's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Qiangu Yu with a gentle force. Then, he landed on the square. The violent force from Qiangu Yu's body caused cracks to appear on the ground beneath Elder Liao's feet. Puchi Qiangu Yu, who was held in Elder Liao's hand, was currently coughing up blood. His breathing was extremely weak, and his eyes were filled with helplessness and resentment. Looking at Qiangu Yu, Elder Liao knew what had happened. Qiangu Yu, who was ranked 8th on the martial roll, had his cultivation crippled by Du Xiaofu. Huff! Elder Liao took a deep breath and looked up at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, you went a little too far. Elder Liao, he won't die. I didn't break any of the Academy's rules by crippling his cultivation, did I? Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Liao with a complicated expression. As for crippling his cultivation, that's the punishment he deserves. If he hadn't harmed the people around me, I wouldn't have crippled him. Elder Liao's eyes widened, but he didn't say anything. Sigh. Murong, she sighed. Murong, she sighed. She stepped forward and stuffed a pill into Qiangu Yu's mouth. Then, she said to the students in the Peace Square, It's fine now. You can all leave for today. Hearing the elder's words, the students could only leave in shock. They didn't even have time to turn around and look at the purple-robed youth with a broadsword on his back. That figure was extremely fierce. Especially when the kitchen knife fell, it was like a kitchen knife cutting a spear. It was like lightning and fire. Du Xiaofu, you should leave too. Wait for me at my place later. I have something to tell you. Murong, she transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu's ear. No one else could hear it. Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. He then signaled Ouyang Shuang and Li Shui to leave. You two go first. I'll leave later. Li Shui looked at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang with a bitter smile. I'm sorry. I was a little too heavy-handed. Du Xiaofu looked at Li Shui apologetically. He was afraid that Li Shui had something to do with Qiangu Yu's destruction. When the time came, there would definitely be a rift between the family behind Qiangu Yu and Li Shui's family. If there was a serious conflict, Li Shui would naturally be in trouble. You can't be blamed for this. He brought it on himself. I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. Li Shui smiled bitterly. She had mixed feelings. Although she didn't have any feelings for Qiangu Yu and was annoyed by his actions, she knew that Qiangu Yu cared for her a lot. She didn't expect things to turn out this way, and it wasn't what she wanted. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly and left the Peace Square with Ouyang Shuang. You were too heavy-handed. I'm afraid it will bring you trouble. You finally solved the problem of the Academy. Ouyang Shuang raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang. Looking at her beautiful face, he said softly, Was I heavy-handed? Who told him to touch you? I was already very merciful. Why are you so good to me? Yangshuang suddenly looked at Du Xiaofu and raised her head slightly. Her beautiful eyes opened and a smile appeared on her lips. Du Xiaofu smiled. Because you're my sister. Aunt Shan told me to take care of you. Hearing this, Yangshuang glanced at Du Xiaofu beside her. The corner of her lips curled into an elegant curve. Her limpid eyes were soft and carried with them some hidden bitterness. She then bit her red lips and her lips curled into a beautiful curve. My mother clearly told me to take care of you. I am your sister, who asked you to take care of me. Is that so? It's all the same. Du Xiaofu chuckled. Third brother, wait for us. At this moment, the voices of Sun Ji, Zhang Wei and Wu Qingfeng could be heard. The three of them hurriedly ran towards Du Xiaofu. Third brother, you're too awesome. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Sun Ji and the other two exclaimed. They were still shocked by the battle in the square. Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. After that, the five of them left, laughing and chatting. After a few hours, Du Xiaofu went to the king-scaled demonic tiger's place of seclusion. These days, Du Xiaoqing had been watching the king-scaled demonic tiger refine its blood essence. When she saw Du Xiaofu, her face was filled with bitterness. She was bored to death. These days, she could only cultivate on her own. In the valley, the king-scaled demonic tiger was still roaring from time to time. It seemed that the king-scaled demonic tiger's blood essence was not easy to refine. Its body was also suffering from some kind of great pain from time to time. However, compared to the beginning, it was getting better and better. After comforting Du Xiaoqing for a while, Du Xiaofu left the mountain at dusk. Thinking of Murongxi's message, Du Xiaofu was about to go find Elder Murongxi. However, he did not expect that Elder Murongxi had already stopped him halfway. It was as if Elder Murongxi had been waiting for him on the way. At dusk, the setting sun seemed to roll in the golden-red clouds. A red fireball flashed with golden edges, bursting out 2 or 3 blazing sparks, then sank behind the mountain range. You didn't go easy on Qianguyu. On a mountain peak, Murongxi said to Du Xiaofu with his back facing him. Du Xiaofu looked at Murongxi's back and frowned. He was the one who attacked my people first. Naturally, I won't be polite. Qianguyu's family is extraordinary. Although they can't compare to the Gu clan or the Jiang clan in the Stone Dragon Empire, they are only second to the Wang clan. If you have the opportunity to meet them in the future, be careful. On the mountain peak, Murongxi retracted his gaze from the setting sun. He gently waved his fan as he looked at Du Xiaofu. However, he did not have the slightest intention of blaming Du Xiaofu as he said, "If you cripple 2 self-righteous fellows, then so be it. However, this is an academy after all. I didn't break any rules this time. Is the academy targeting me again?" Du Xiaofu frowned. "What do you mean the academy is targeting you?" Murongxi glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Of course you didn't break any rules this time. However, you were too ruthless to your classmates. It's fine as long as I didn't break any rules. In any case, I don't offend anyone. If anyone offends me, don't blame me for being impolite." Du Xiaofu didn't mind. He always followed the principle of don't offend others. Murongxi sighed as he looked at Du Xiaofu. This brat was much more ferocious and cunning than that bastard Du Tingxian. If he provoked him, he would be in big trouble. "What do you think of Elder Liao?" Murongxi suddenly asked Du Xiaofu. This, Du Xiaofu was startled. Elder Liao seemed to be targeting him everywhere. However, in the dark forest, Elder Liao had risked his life to save him. Today, Elder Liao was quite cold. Du Xiaofu didn't know what to say for a moment. Murongxi looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "When you first came to the academy, there were no exceptions to the rules. Nobles were the same. If you were late, you couldn't enter the academy. If Elder Liao really didn't let you enter the academy, do you think you could? However, you seem to have misunderstood. You thought that Elder Liao sent you as a registered student to vent his anger on a brat like you. After pausing for a moment, Mu Rongxi continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. If you really think that way, then you are too naive. If Elder Liao really wanted to attack you, then there wouldn't have been so many elders who spoke up for you when they decided to attack you. After you caused a huge disaster, Elder Liao suggested that you go to the Dark Forest and Dark City to take back the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine and capture the Ghost Claw. It seemed like he was deliberately making things difficult for you, but in fact, Elder Liao was secretly following you and protecting you all the way. Looking at you today, it seems like you're still estranged from Elder Liao. If your father, that bastard Du Tingxian, were to find out, he would definitely not let you off. Do you know who Elder Liao is? Chapter 376. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He lifted his eyes slightly to look at Du Xiaofu and said, Elder Liao? As far as I know, other than Ouyang Ling and Yuan Shanshan, your father was also close to two other people back then. One of them was Elder Liao. Murongxi said to Du Xiaofu, Elder Liao and your father were friends who had risked their lives during their training outside the academy. Your father once saved Elder Liao's life, and Elder Liao had also blocked a blade for your father. 17 years ago, when your mother was giving birth, your father was besieged by the experts of your mother's clan. Only Elder Liao was by his side. In order to protect you and your mother, Elder Liao was seriously injured and fell off a cliff. Your father probably even thought that Elder Liao had died. Elder Liao managed to survive, and when he returned to the academy, he was on the verge of death. Although he recovered later on, in these 17 years, his cultivation has not improved at all, and there are still lingering injuries on his body. As he finished speaking, Murongxi looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Now, do you still think that Elder Liao will purposely attack you? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and he remained in a daze for a long time. The evening mist grew thicker and thicker, and the darkness of night gradually pressed down on the entire mountain range. Between the mountain ranges, in the meandering rivers, the water surface was as black as ink. The golden ripples that had been tainted by the reflection of the setting sun had long since faded away by the darkness of night. On the majestic mountain peak, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of a mountain courtyard. Gazing at the mountain courtyard, his gaze trembled slightly. He wanted to enter, but his steps seemed heavy. What, you've been standing here for so long. Do you want me to come out and welcome you? A voice rang out from the courtyard. As the voice faded, an old man in his 50s appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Although he looked to be in his 50s, he was actually not that old. Logically speaking, he should be in the prime of his life. However, this old man had many wrinkles on his forehead and some stubble on his face, making him appear rather old. However, his eyes were extremely bright, and in this night, they seemed even more profound. This old man was the Academy's Elder Liao. Greetings, Uncle Liao. Looking at the old man in front of him, Du Xiaofu bowed deeply and did not get up for a long time. Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu and was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure and said to Du Xiaofu, You don't have to be so courteous. Did Mu Rongxi tell you that? Du Xiaofu straightened his body slightly and nodded his head slightly, tacitly agreeing. It's been 17 years in the blink of an eye. You've grown up. Elder Liao's gaze became gentle. His eyebrows drooped and his face was kind. He looked at Du Xiaofu, and there was some sadness in his eyes. He seemed to be a little moist as he softly said, When I first saw you, I knew who you were. You resemble your father too much. You and your father must have had a hard time over the years. I used to have a lot of. Before Du Xiaofu could finish his words, Elder Liao interrupted him. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, You've already called me uncle, isn't that enough? Just don't cause any trouble in the academy in the future. For example, Qiangu Yu's family is extremely powerful. Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at Elder Liao, who had blocked a blade for his drunkard father and was on the verge of death in order to protect his family. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He had actually thought that Elder Liao was deliberately targeting him. Why are you so honest now? You don't seem to be an honest person. Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. He was not used to Du Xiaofu's honest appearance. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly and did not say anything. How has your father been these years? Elder Liao asked. In the pitch-black night, the moon was dim and the stars were bright. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu told Elder Liao a lot about his drunkard father's situation in the past 17 years. Du Xiaofu asked Elder Liao about many things in the past, mostly about his drunkard father and mother. Uncle Liao, who were those people? What was their relationship with my mother? Why did they want to separate our family? Du Xiaofu looked at Elder Liao. His clear eyes trembled. His resolute and determined face revealed a fierce expression. Your father didn't tell you because he had his reasons. In fact, I don't know much. Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu and listened to the situation of the father and son in the past few years. He sighed and said, If you really want to do something, then work hard to cultivate and become an expert. There are some things that others are born with, but you have to fight for them. Absolute strength is the capital to fight for it. There is no such thing as fairness. Perhaps this is the fate of you and your father. I understand. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. A fierce expression flashed in his eyes. It won't be long before the Tianwu University. Try to get into the top 10. Even though you destroyed Changguyu today, it doesn't mean that you will be able to get into the top 10. Many people are strong enough to get into the top 10. When the time comes, there will be many dark horses. Elder Liao said. The next morning, the sky was slightly bright, the morning breeze was gentle, and the morning light was faint. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared outside the heavenly martial seal realm. He looked at the enormous mountain and the spotless ancient stone gate. His gaze moved slightly. The interior of the ancient stone door was hazy, and one couldn't clearly see what was inside. There was only an ancient aura slowly spreading out from the hazy space within the stone door. It was unknown how many years the Heaven Martial Talisman realm had stood there. The ancient aura was boundless and it made people feel reverence from the depths of their soul. Beside the ancient stone door, Du Xiaofu once again saw the large man who should be guarding the Heaven Martial Seal stage. He was still lying on a large rock beside the stone door and dozing off. He looked to be in his 40s, and had a head of black hair that draped over his shoulders. His appearance could not be considered handsome, but his face was very clean. Du Xiaofu took out his points card and entered the Tianwu Seal realm. Du Xiaofu's points card had been reset to 0. However, after capturing a guy on the bounty list in the Dark Forest and capturing the Ghost Claw, the Academy didn't reset his points. More than 600,000 points were in Du Xiaofu's points card. The main reason was that the reward for capturing the Ghost Claw was higher. Just as Du Xiaofu entered the stone door of the Heaven Martial Talisman Zone, the middle-aged man on the stone slightly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes slightly moved on his clean face. He changed his posture and then continued to sleep. Within the hall of the Heaven Martial Talisman region, as Du Xiaofu strode in, the hazy edges of the stone door instantly emanated rippling lights. Talisman markings fluctuated, and spatial rifts that were like waves of air extended out. After that, a dazzling light appeared, and an ancient and boundless aura was emitted. The floating light was misty and dazzling, and it caused one to not dare look directly at it. It was as if he had passed through space and time. When the dazzling light disappeared, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. He was already standing in the center of the hall. The space around the hall was fluctuating and dazzling. 3 spatial ripples appeared in front of him. They looked like 3 spatial gates. They were the spatial gates of the comprehension, combat, and spirit realms. Du Xiaofu directly entered the comprehension realm. He wanted to comprehend it before the Tianwu Seal realm started. Although he had easily defeated Qiangu Yu yesterday, Du Xiaofu knew that many of the people on the martial ranking were not to be trifled with. He had to enter the top 10 in this Tian Wu Seal realm. Therefore, he had to make some preparations. There were many separate spaces in the comprehension realm. Each space contained something that one wanted to comprehend. Demonic beast bones, the evolution of symbol arrays, the process of refining pills, the method of refining weapons, and the cultivation of martial skills. It all depended on the level of comprehension. Therefore, the points required were different. After stepping into the realm of enlightenment, Du Xiaofu once again appeared in the formless corridor of the Grand Tao. The surrounding space was emitting multicolored light, like the blooming of a comet in the void. Divine light covered the sky, and runes flickered everywhere. At first glance, many spatial ripples revealed the phantoms of demonic beasts, as well as fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, and so on. There were also phantoms of array flags, spiritual stoves, and talisman cauldrons. The space was filled with mysteries. Rays of light flickered. It was illusory and blurry. The aura was ancient and boundless. Start comprehending. Du Xiaofu entered a spatial ripple that flickered with demonic beast phantoms. Following the fluctuation of the spatial runes, his figure also disappeared. As time slowly passed, the Tian Wu Seal realm approached. The entire academy was in an uproar. As for the experts who had the strength to enter the top 10, they had all disappeared. The absolute experts on the martial ranking hadn't shown themselves recently. It wasn't hard to guess that they had all entered seclusion to prepare for the Tian Wu Seal realm. As for the experts who knew that it would be very difficult for them to enter the top 10 of the Tian Wu Seal realm, they didn't dare to relax. Even if they couldn't enter the top 10 of the Tian Wu Seal realm, they still had to give it their all. The Tian Wu Seal realm was also a big reshuffle of the martial ranking. The entire Stone Dragon Empire and even the surrounding empires were paying attention to the Tian Wu Seal realm. If they performed well, it would naturally be beneficial for them in the future. During this period of time, there was news that the champion of the Tian Wu Seal realm would be able to enter and comprehend for half a year. On top of that, he would also be able to obtain a weapon refined by Vice Principal Zhuge using the profound spirit Heavenly Vine as the main material. When the news spread, the entire Tian Wu Academy was shaken. When the news spread, the entire Stone Dragon Empire was startled. Chapter 377. A spirit weapon forged by Zhuge Qiangbang was extremely rare. Not to mention that it was forged from the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, it was even custom-made. Its value was unimaginable. Rumors began to spread in the outside world, speculating that the spirit weapon Zhuge Qiangbang planned to forge this time would not be inferior to the Thunder Dragon from before. Within Tianwu Academy, in the last 5 days before the Tianwu Conference, another major event occurred within the Tianwu Talisman Realm battlefield. Some students saw Du Xiaofu's figure enter the battlefield, and not long after, the battlefield began to tremble. Rumble! Within the battlefield's 4th level, space began to tremble violently as a vast pressure descended. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, using his mental power to destroy a mysterious pulse spirit realm demon beast. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, using his fastest speed to set up a 4-star Permetha talisman formation. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, with the strongest physical body. Du Xiaofu, 4-star initial spiritual talisman master, using his fastest speed to break through to the 4th level of the combat realm. Within the battlefield, Du Xiaofu relied on his outstanding mental power and physical body to continuously break through to the 5th level. Using his cultivation as a spiritual talisman master, he continued to set records, causing the battlefield to tremble endlessly. As the news spread, many students within the academy rushed to spread the news, and all of them were shocked. While everyone was discussing, Du Xiaofu walked out of the battlefield himself, and under the shocked gazes of many, he once again entered the battlefield. In just a few short hours, the battlefield once again trembled. Du Xiaofu, initial spiritual pulse spirit realm, using his fastest speed to break through to the 5th level of the combat realm. The entire battlefield was in constant turmoil. Du Xiaofu found that as long as he did something that no one had ever done before, he would be automatically rewarded with a new record. This made Du Xiaofu unable to stop. I'll let you deduct my points. The space inside the battlefield is about the same as the array glyphs, so I should be able to break it. That huge rock should be pretty good too, I should be able to break it. Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry to break through the 5th floor of the battle domain. Instead, he looked around. In order to make up for the imbalanced points he had lost last time, he decided to earn back all his points. Perhaps this would make him feel better. Du Xiaofu, early pulse spirit realm. His physical body is the strongest. He shattered the 5th level with his physical body. Du Xiaofu, at the early stage of the pulse spirit stage. His fist strength is the strongest, able to shatter a 103,000 gene boulder with a single punch. A moment later, a dazzling light enveloped Du Xiaofu in the 5th floor of the battle domain. Lines of runes flickered on the light screen as Du Xiaofu broke one boring record after another. However, Du Xiaofu's points skyrocketed because of these boring records. The points on his card were about to explode, which made the smile on Du Xiaofu's face grow wider and wider. Heavens, how many records did Du Xiaofu create? This is crazy. I can't remember. I wonder how many records he created. It's said that when you set a record, you can get at least 1,000,000 points. Du Xiaofu's points must be terrifying. All the students in the academy were talking about Du Xiaofu. There was no doubt that not long after Du Xiaofu returned to the academy, other than crippling Guoming and Qianguyu, he once again caused an uproar in the academy. That little bastard, is he trying to tear down the battle domain? Only a few elders were excited as they looked at the boring records left on the Battle Realm record board. That brat Du Xiaofu was simply trying to tear down the Battle Realm. That little bastard has always been brooding over his points. He's venting his dissatisfaction. Mu Rongxi smiled bitterly. It's about time. In the 5th floor of the battle domain, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at a towering mountain not far away. There shouldn't be much time left. Let's get ready to break through, Du Xiaofu mumbled. His expression turned serious as he walked towards the gigantic mountain peak. The closer he got, the more he felt that the mountain peak was terrifyingly huge. Du Xiaofu knew that there were a total of 4 stages on the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a howling sky demon tiger. It was at the Beast Marquis stage, and had already been defeated by him once. This time, Du Xiaofu's target was a heaven-devouring dragon at the waist of the mountain. It was at the Beast Marquis stage mystery stage. There was also a demonic ape at the Beast Marquis stage Nirvana stage. As for the Martial Marquis stage expert at the peak of the mountain, Du Xiaofu wanted to test it out. However, he had to defeat the first 3 stages first. Roar. As Du Xiaofu appeared at the foot of the mountain, a howling sky demon tiger appeared in front of him. The howling sky demon tiger was over 100 feet tall. It was even bigger than the king-scaled demon tiger. The howling sky demon tiger was one of the top demonic beasts on the Earth Beast ranking. It was the closest to the heavenly beast ranking. It was extremely terrifying. You're here again. The huge howling sky demon tiger's eyes were cold and its body was extremely majestic. However, when it looked at Du Xiaofu, there was a hint of fear in its eyes. The howling sky demon tiger was destroyed by him last time. Du Xiaofu was not surprised to see it again. Everything here was still an illusion. Although the howling sky demon tiger was a half-spiritual creature and was not completely formed by the illusion, its body was still an illusion. It was half real and half illusory. After it was destroyed, it could be reformed. Not bad, I'm here again. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. When he faced the huge howling sky demon tiger again, his state of mind was different from before. He did not feel much pressure. You passed last time. This time, you might not be able to pass. Roar. The howling sky demon tiger's roar was extremely shocking. It caused one's soul to tremble. It was as if the mental strength in one's mind was about to be shattered. Its huge body circled around Du Xiaofu one step at a time. The howling sky demon tiger was about to pounce on Du Xiaofu. It was extremely ferocious. With every step it took, the ground cracked. However, under the effect of the illusion, the cracked ground began to recover. You can't stop me. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He continued to let the howling sky demon tiger's shadow circle around him. His face was as calm as ever. When the howling sky demon tiger circled behind Du Xiaofu for the second time, it suddenly moved in a ferocious posture. Roar. The tiger's eyes were ferocious. The huge tiger's body directly pounced. Its huge tiger claws swept out like lightning. Dazzling symbols flashed, as if it could tear apart the sky. In an instant, it appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. You're not enough now, Du Xiaofu shouted in a low voice. He suddenly turned around, and a lightning-like light flashed in his eyes. His robe fluttered, and his aura was incomparably domineering. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and golden talisman patterns surged. His fist seemed to have grown eyes, and suddenly bombarded the tiger claw. His aura erupted like a volcano. Rumble! A terrifying muffled explosion sounded out. The huge howling sky demon tiger's claws were immediately shattered into symbols. Du Xiaofu's fist smashed it at the foot of the mountain. Continue! Du Xiaofu did not stop. His expression slightly changed as he looked at the mountainside of the huge mountain. His figure flashed and immediately flew into the sky. When Du Xiaofu defeated the howling sky demon tiger, it was a tough battle. He even had to use the pressure of the golden rock against the beast. Coupled with his full strength, he was barely able to defeat it. But now, facing this howling sky demon tiger, Du Xiaofu did not need to expend much energy to defeat it. A moment later, on the mountainside, there was a cliff that seemed to be carved by knives and axes. Huge rocks were stacked on top of each other, like a stone forest. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed down and saw a huge dragon that was dozens of feet long. Its body was tightly coiled around a huge stone pillar that was hundreds of meters tall. Its entire body was dark green and its aura was terrifying. It was like the king of beasts. This huge dragon was the heaven-devouring dragon. In terms of bloodline level, it was definitely not inferior to the Xianyun scarlet dragon. Its aura is so strong. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised. The aura of the heaven-devouring dragon was really extraordinary. It was much more powerful than the howling sky demon tiger. Kid, you may be able to pass the first round, but you may not be able to pass this round. Go down. The heaven-devouring dragon spoke in human language. The dragon's huge eyes looked at Du Xiaofu with extreme disdain and contempt. You'll know once you try. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly. He waved his hand and clenched his fist. Golden talisman runes began to surge out from his body. His aura skyrocketed, and he immediately threw a punch at the heaven-devouring dragon. You overestimate yourself! The heaven-devouring dragon shouted. Its huge dragon body suddenly spun around like lightning. Its huge tail was like a heavenly pillar, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter space. It suddenly collided with Du Xiaofu's fist. Bang! Du Xiaofu's fist was hit by the dragon's huge tail. It was as if his fist had landed on a hard steel plate. His arm was slightly numb. The physical defense of the heaven-devouring dragon was extremely terrifying, especially the small dark green scales on its body. It was like a natural protective armor. As if seeing that Du Xiaofu was not pushed back, the heaven-devouring dragon's expression was cold. Its throat slightly roared, and its huge body swooped down. On the dense dark green scales all over its body runes surged. Its aura suppressed the sky, and it was about to crush Du Xiaofu. Chapter 378. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a cold smile as he leapt into the air to battle the heaven-devouring dragon. Rumble, terrifying sonic booms rang out as energy surged like giant waves. Like a landslide, large chunks of the surrounding boulders were smashed into dust. After dozens of moves, the heaven-devouring dragon was still locked in battle. The dragon's gaze grew more and more anxious. Its huge body soared into the air as its giant tail lashed out at Du Xiaofu like lightning. Humph! Du Xiaofu did not dodge at all. With a wave of his hand, a seal formed in his hand. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard from within his palm, and then a scarlet cloud dragon phantom formed. The rune shadow of the Xianyun Scarlet Dragon was the Xianyun Scarlet Dragon beast ability that Du Xiaofu had comprehended from the Xianyun Scarlet Dragon's mysterious bones. With astonishing power, it directly struck the heaven-devouring dragon. Bang! The two collided, causing a rumble in the air as endless runes exploded. The heaven-devouring dragon let out a long roar as its huge body soared into the sky. Its eyes were filled with shock as its giant tail was knocked back. It seemed to be surprised that Du Xiaofu could actually use the Scarlet Cloud Dragon Beast ability. But in just a short instant, the heaven-devouring dragon seemed to be enraged. The dark green scales all over its body glowed like lightning, and its aura suppressed the sky, shocking one's soul. Roar! The heaven-devouring dragon roared, its gaze sharp and shocking. Its huge body was like a thunderbolt as it crashed towards Du Xiaofu. Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with battle intent as he waved his hand. His palm was like a cattail leaf fan, and wherever it passed, layers of golden runes and mysterious runes appeared. A domineering and fierce aura erupted like a volcano. The aura of the golden-winged roc surged as he slapped his hand directly onto the heaven-devouring dragon's body. Boom! The muffled sound of energy caused the runes to bloom brightly. The heaven-devouring dragon actually managed to resist such a terrifying force. At the same time, the sky-devouring flood dragon's huge tail circled and whipped, descending directly like lightning. Finally, the flood dragon's body was like a spinning top, its huge body circling in the air and enveloping the space around Du Xiaofu. The runes surged, and its aura suppressed the sky. The enormous heaven-devouring dragon crushed the space, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to move. Roar! The heaven-devouring flood dragon roared. It opened its bloody mouth as if it was going to swallow the sky. The flood dragon's divine might made people tremble in fear. Countless dazzling runes erupted from its mouth, and its aura suppressed the world. It was extremely terrifying. The heaven-devouring flood dragon seemed to want to swallow a part of the space. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed Du Xiaofu, who was being suppressed, into its mouth. Pring descends to the 9 heavens. Just as Du Xiaofu was sucked into the heaven-devouring flood dragon's ferocious mouth, golden light bloomed around his body. The wings on his back suddenly condensed, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged roc race. It was as if a real golden-winged roc had descended. Powerful and domineering, the terrifying aura overflowed the sky. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and swept across, as if he wanted to destroy the sky. Finally, like a golden-winged roc, he flew out of the heaven-devouring flood dragon's mouth and destroyed everything in his path, directly shattering the huge heaven-devouring flood dragon. Rumble! The sonic boom was like thunder bursting with a series of dazzling runes. In the earth-shattering sound, the space around them seemed to be shattered. The huge heaven-devouring flood dragon was also shattered, and the surrounding boulders collapsed. Stomp stomp, Du Xiaofu's figure landed on the ground and staggered back a few steps. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. The heaven-devouring flood dragon's phantom was at the mysterious beast realm, but compared to Ghost Claw's strength, it was definitely not inferior. Fortunately, he had made some progress in his comprehension these days. Otherwise, it would be extremely troublesome to deal with it. Continue looking at the peak of the mountain. Du Xiaofu once again flew into the sky and directly flew to a higher peak. Kid, in the past 3 years, you are the third person who could reach here. But in the end, you still couldn't break through. Get lost. On the peak of the mountain, in the middle of a boulder, a red demonic ape wrapped in fiery red runes stood tall. Its huge body was looking at Du Xiaofu with a fierce and domineering gaze. It's actually the raging inferno demonic ape. Du Xiaofu was rather surprised. He did not expect that the guardian of the third stage was actually a terrifying raging inferno demonic ape. The raging inferno demonic ape's bloodline was even stronger than the Xianyun scarlet flood dragon and the heaven-devouring flood dragon. Its strength was extremely terrifying. It was rumored that the most terrifying raging inferno demonic ape could burn the sky and dry up rivers. Although the raging inferno demonic ape was only at the nirvana realm of the beast marquis realm, it was absolutely terrifying. Even an expert at the perfect martial marquis realm would find it difficult to deal with a raging inferno demonic ape at the nirvana realm. Since I'm here, I have no intention of retreating without a fight. Feeling the terrifying aura of the demonic raging inferno demonic ape, Du Xiaofu's fighting spirit was greatly aroused. The aura around his body was not held back at all as it rolled out. A domineering and fierce aura rolled out around his body. So you are only at the pulse spirit realm. Then get lost. The raging inferno demonic ape's temper seemed to be extremely fiery. Its huge body suddenly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. The blazing aura around its body spread out. The fiery red runes were like raging flames jumping. Everywhere it passed, the temperature was extremely hot. Roar! The raging inferno demonic ape leaped and its body rose into the air. Then, like a meteorite falling from the sky, it blasted a punch towards Du Xiaofu. Rumble, as the raging inferno demonic ape punched out, the red runes in front of its fist turned into rolling flames. Like a fire dragon sweeping down, the waves of fire were monstrous. Then, a terrifying wave of fire swept towards Du Xiaofu, wanting to directly engulf Du Xiaofu's body. With just one attack, the raging inferno demonic ape's power was unparalleled, as if it swept through the sky. It was far from what the heaven-devouring flood dragon below could contend against. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly. He directly activated the rock descends to the 9 heavens, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock. He flapped his wings and whistled, sweeping away a large area of raging flames. His figure swept into the air, avoiding the rolling flames. This is the aura of the Rock Clan. You are a human, how can you have it? The raging inferno demonic ape was surprised, but it did not stop at all. Its huge palm directly slapped towards Du Xiaofu. Rolling flames soared dozens of feet into the air, occupying the sky. Du Xiaofu waved his hand. His hand seals were like a palm leaf fan. Layers of golden runes and mysterious patterns were slapped out, resisting the raging inferno demonic ape's attack. Thump, thump, as his figure landed, Du Xiaofu was shaken to the point that the rocky ground was crushed one after another. Finally, he hit a huge rock to stabilize his body. The terrifying strength of the raging inferno demonic ape was absolutely terrifying. Roar! The raging inferno demonic ape roared and beat its chest with its fists. The sound waves were sonorous like the sound of a heavenly drum. Then, its huge body flew across the sky and chased after Du Xiaofu. Where it landed, the rocky ground cracked and huge rocks rolled down. The golden rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped and avoided the raging inferno demonic ape. Golden runes and mysterious patterns erupted all over his body. He did not dare to resist directly and could only make use of the opportunity to counterattack. However, the effect of Du Xiaofu's counterattack was not very good. He was even more suppressed by the raging inferno demonic ape. he was suppressed by the raging inferno demonic ape's rune flames. However, relying on the wave-like free steps and the speed of the golden-winged rock technique, in addition to his terrifying physical body, Du Xiaofu managed to resist hundreds of moves. "Kid, it's time to go back." The raging inferno demonic ape roared with a powerful aura, scarlet runes enchanting around its body like raging flames. In the end, it condensed into a huge fireball that was dozens of feet in size. Countless flames erupted and its aura surged. It burned the surrounding space until it was distorted. With a loud bang, it pressed towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying fireball was terrifying. Its aura made people tremble. Wherever it passed, the blazing aura caused the space to rumble and whistle. The blazing storm around the fireball swept across the sky like a tornado. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, causing the huge mountain peak to be in chaos. It shook violently, huge rocks rolled, and sonic booms were endless. Roar! Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed. In an instant, the runes on his hand dazzled and spread out. A scarlet cloud dragon and a mad demon sky wolf respectively rushed out to block the terrifying fireball. Walala, however, under the impact of the terrifying fireball, the scarlet cloud dragons and mad demon sky wolf's phantoms did not last long. They were destroyed like dry weeds and smashed into pieces under the terrifying flames. "Roar!" Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. His shout was like the roar of a dragon, like the cry of a divine elephant. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and the entire mountain peak trembled. Cracks spread out on the rocky ground, and a palm print immediately shot out to meet the attack. Rumble! In an instant, the sky exploded with a rumble. It was as if the heavens and the earth and the mountain peak were about to explode. Dazzling runes spread out. Chi La La Du Xiaofu's body was ruthlessly smashed into the rocky mountain wall. Under the terrifying aura, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his face was deathly pale. "Roar!" The inferno demonic ape roared. Its body stood tall like a small mountain. It was obvious that it was still suppressing Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment its eyes were filled with shock. "This demonic ape is too strong. I'm not looking for a beating." Du Xiaofu decided not to continue fighting with the demonic ape. There was no need to continue fighting. He would come back another day. The time was almost up, so he did not want to miss the Sky Marshal Conference. "Monkey, I'm leaving first. I'll come back another day." Du Xiaofu's voice fell, and he immediately left without hesitation. In any case, he really could not do anything to the monkey now. Looking at the retreating Du Xiaofu, the inferno demonic ape's eyes were filled with doubt. However, it only waited on the mountainside and did not chase after Du Xiaofu. Walala, as Du Xiaofu left, the mountainside that was in a mess suddenly began to strangely recover. The rolling boulders also returned to their original position as if time had reversed. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 379. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Every level of the battlefield had a safe zone. Inside the safe zone, one would not be attacked. However, once one reached the safe zone, one's points would still be deducted from one's point card every 24 hours. That monkey's beast energy is extraordinary. It should be good if I can comprehend some of it. Du Xiaofu hurriedly retreated to the safe zone, still thinking about the inferno demonic ape's attack. He had gained a lot from the battle just now, and was extremely shocked by the inferno demonic ape's beast energy. Standing in the safe zone, Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly raised. He looked around and muttered, "I should be able to destroy this safe zone. I wonder how many points I'll get?" As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. Profound energy immediately surged through the meridians in his body. Profound energy surged through all the acupoints in his body and finally gathered in his fist. As his profound energy surged, a terrifying aura spread out like a volcanic eruption. He directly punched the spatial ripples in the safe zone. Bang, bang, bang! A series of thunderous booms suddenly rang out. Waves of powerful energy waves continuously crashed into the safe zone like stormy wave. The surrounding sand and stones were sent flying, and cracks appeared on the ground. The entire fifth level of the safe zone began to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Finally, the safe zone of the fifth level of the battlefield was directly blasted apart by Du Xiaofu, and the entire battlefield shook. Du Xiaofu, initial pulse spirit stage cultivation, destroyed the fifth level of the battlefield. Du Xiaofu, initial pulse spirit stage cultivation, the person who has set the most records in the history of the battlefield. As Du Xiaofu destroyed the safe zone of the fifth level of the battlefield, a divine light instantly enveloped the battlefield. A record was set, and another record was directly broken. The entire battlefield shook, and the aura caused everyone to tremble in fear. Swish, swish, Du Xiaofu took out his point card. The number on the card began to soar crazily, and finally stopped when it reached 53,678,530 points. I'm rich, I'm rich. I must first go to the battlefield and exchange it all for pills and natural treasures. Otherwise, the Academy will deduct it again. Du Xiaofu was ecstatic. Over 50 million points was an enormous number. It was probably enough to exchange for anything he wanted. He had definitely struck it rich this time. He couldn't help but think to himself, who asked you to deduct my points? Now you can't find any other reason to deduct them. I must exchange them for natural treasures. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as Du Xiaofu was ecstatic, the space trembled, and a mighty explosion spread out. Then, a line of rune characters appeared on the record board again. At the same time, an indifferent and emotionless shout rang out. Du Xiaofu maliciously destroyed the safe zone of the battlefield. His character is vile. His points will be erased, and he will be expelled from the battlefield as punishment. The next time he commits this offense, he will be banned from the battlefield forever. What does this mean? Erasing my points and expelling the battlefield? What does this mean? Du Xiaofu's eyes widened as he stared at the rows of runes. Before he could react, the space around him suddenly trembled. Then, a terrifying and dazzling ray of light came crashing down. Under the tremendous force, Du Xiaofu was struck by lightning. His body trembled, and before he could react, his vision turned black. Then, he felt the space around him tremble. Finally, his body seemed to have fallen somewhere and stabilized. Then, he opened his eyes. In the hall of the Heaven Martial Talisman battlefield, there were many figures entering and exiting the Spirit Realm, Battle Realm, and Enlightenment Realm. Suddenly, the entire battlefield trembled, and a pressure spread out. Many people's eyes trembled. That kind of change was caused by someone setting a new record or breaking a new record. It was a shocking commotion that could only be caused. Then, everyone in the hall clearly heard the loud shout from the battlefield. Du Xiaofu maliciously destroyed the safe zone of the battlefield. His character is vile. His points will be erased, and he will be expelled from the battlefield as punishment. The next time he commits this offense, he will be banned from the battlefield forever. His points will be erased, and he will be expelled from the battlefield as punishment. Before everyone in the hall could recover from their shock, dazzling runes surged in the surrounding space. Under everyone's attentive gazes, they saw a purple figure being directly blasted out of the battlefield by a huge force, ruthlessly smashing into the hall. It's really Du Xiaofu. He was expelled from the battlefield. Everyone looked at the figure with a broadsword on his back. Who else could it be but Du Xiaofu? Everyone immediately guessed in their hearts. What exactly did this guy do in the battlefield to be directly expelled by the battlefield? At this moment, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and saw that the surrounding gazes were curiously looking at him. He immediately got up from the hall, and his gaze immediately looked at the points card that he was holding tightly in his hand. The 53 million points in the card instantly turned to 0. It was completely erased by the battlefield, and not a single point was left. The demon extermination sword Li Yuxiao's figure appeared beside Du Xiaofu. He had just come out of the Enlightenment realm when he heard and saw this shocking scene. His faint red eyes looked at Du Xiaofu's 0-point card and weakly asked Du Xiaofu, "Are you okay? Why were you expelled by the battlefield? What exactly did you do in there?" Looking at the 0 points in the card, Du Xiaofu wanted to cry but had no tears. He was in heaven a second ago, and in the next second, he fell into hell. He really wanted to rush into the battlefield to settle the score with the battlefield, but he was afraid that the battlefield would really ban him from entering. Hearing Li Yuxiao's question, Du Xiaofu didn't know what to say and almost suffered internal injuries. He sighed and said, "My hands are stupid and I'll regret it for the rest of my life." As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu was so sad that he didn't want to say any more. He put away the point card and walked out of the Heavenly Martial Talisman Realms Hall. "Don't be so sad. Isn't it just erasing your points? It's not a big problem. The Heavenly Martial Assembly is about to begin. When you enter the top 10, you won't need to enter the Heavenly Martial Talisman Realm anymore." Li Yuxiao chased after Du Xiaofu and patted his shoulder. He comforted Du Xiaofu, who was too weak to even walk. Du Xiaofu looked at Li Yuxiao and almost bled. What did he mean by erasing his points? That was 50 million points. It was gone just like that, and it was erased by the battlefield. He didn't even have a place to complain. "Forget it, don't comfort me. I want to be alone." Du Xiaofu looked at Li Yuxiao and said. He was so sad that he didn't even want to say anything. "Who is Jingjing? Is there such a person in the academy?" When Li Yuxiao heard this, he immediately became curious and asked. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he looked at Li Yuxiao. His eyes were wide open and he was about to vomit blood. Several hours later, in the quiet valley, Du Xiaofu wanted to see how the little tiger was doing. However, he unexpectedly saw Yang Shuang and his big sister Du Xiaoman here. "Big brother, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Seeing Du Xiaofu's dejected appearance, Du Xiaoqing immediately went up and intimately held Du Xiaofu's arm and asked. "Phew!" Du Xiaofu took a deep breath as he gazed at that pure and innocent face, and then he patted the back of Du Xiaoqing's head. He squeezed out a smile on his face and said, "It's nothing. My hand was a little cheap. It's all in the past." "That's good." Du Xiaoqing immediately felt relieved. "Are you all right?" Yang Shuang walked up and leaped onto the rock Du Xiaofu was standing on. Her big and beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu shook his head. Since he had already lost over 50 million points, there was nothing else he could do other than to let go of his worries. If he had known earlier, Du Xiaofu would have never destroyed the safe zone. At that time, he still had tens of millions of points. Now, he had nothing left. "It's good that you're fine. To be able to capture Ghastly Claw and destroy the Qiangu Jade, you're indeed formidable." Du Xiaoman smiled faintly. Her ethereal eyes were filled with shock, but more than that, she was happy. Looking at the purple-robed youth in front of her, Du Xiaoman's beautiful eyes were filled with gratification and happiness. In such a short period of time, her third brother was no longer the foolish youth from the Stone City. Unknowingly, he had transformed into this youth, who had shocked the entire Tianwu Academy and suppressed many experts on the martial ranking. His name had shaken the academy and resounded throughout the empire. "Big sister, you've come out of seclusion?" Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Then, to his surprise, he discovered that the aura on his elder sister's body had improved by quite a bit. Her strength had probably broken through from the mysterious level of the Pulse Spirit Realm to the Nirvana level of the Pulse Spirit Realm during this seclusion. "I've just come out of seclusion and the Tianwu Assembly is coming soon. You have to strive to enter the top 10. At that time, I'll tell my father and second uncle the good news. They will definitely be happy for you," Du Xiaoman said with ripples in her eyes. With her third brother's current strength, she estimated that he had a high chance of entering the top 10. Hearing Du Xiaoman's words, Du Xiaofu asked in astonishment, "Big sister, are you returning to the Stone City?" "Yes." Du Xiaoman nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, "I haven't gone back for many years, so I want to go back and take a look. After the Tianwu assembly, I'll make a trip back to the Stone City." The four of them chatted until dusk. Du Xiaoman had always been curious about Du Xiaoqing's identity. However, she did not ask Du Xiaofu about it. She only asked Du Xiaofu to prepare for the Tianwu assembly 3 days later. Chapter 380. At this time, the entire academy was talking about the Heaven Martial Assembly. The news of Du Xiaofu being expelled from the Heaven Martial Assembly and his points being erased had also spread throughout the academy. This was definitely the biggest joke of all the students. Of course, in this kind of joke, the majority of the crowd was absolutely shocked. Du Xiaofu had set a new record in the battlefield all by himself, all of which represented his terrifying strength. Who would really take this as a joke in their hearts? However, seeing such a famous figure like Du Xiaofu being beaten to the point of vomiting blood in the battlefield undoubtedly made the other students feel much better. What could be happier than seeing such a dazzling fellow suffer? Within the academy, there were even people secretly guessing how many points had been erased from Du Xiaofu's point card. Looking at Du Xiaofu's expression when he exited the Heaven Martial Seal Zone, it was likely that a lot of points had been erased. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Serves that brat right. Over 50 million points erased and banished. This time, that brat probably wants to die. Destroying the safe zone? Only that brat could think of something like that. This time, he shot himself in the foot. I'm dying of laughter. In the dark night, in a large hall, many academy elders were chatting. The group of elders led by Mu Rongxi, Elder Liao, Elder Shangguan, and Elder Gongsun were all laughing heartily. If Du Xiaofu saw that this group of elders actually had the time to laugh at him, who knew what he would think? Early in the morning, after dawn, warm sunlight spilled through the dense foliage and through the windows, forming specks of golden light in the room. Who? The white light around Du Xiaofu retracted as he stopped cultivating. A mouthful of turbid qi spurted out from his mouth, his clear eyes shining brightly. Early in the morning, gazing into the distance from the chore area, the majestic mountains in the distance were covered in a golden coat under the sunlight, appearing exceptionally magnificent. In a small hall, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji were sitting diagonally. "Boss, number 2, how many points do you think number 3 was erased yesterday? Was it around 10 million? Some experts on the martial ranking guessed that number 3's points might be in the tens of millions. Sun Ji leaned back in his chair, his entire body lazily lying on the chair. 10 million points, that was definitely a shocking number. Who knew how many astonishing pills and treasures could be exchanged for with that amount of points in the spirit realm? I don't know, it might not be that much. Otherwise, we can ask number 3 later. Zhang Wei said, his gaze filled with interest. Wu Qingfeng shook his head. Number 3's number 9's day God's day is snow. Excuse me, is there anyone here? 5 Sun Ji's Zhang Wei Zhang, Sun, and Sun Ji's Zhang Wei's, Sun Ji's, Zhang's Sun Zhang, and Sun Zhang's, Zhang's S. Lu. Wu Qingfeng, Sun Ji, and Zhang Wei stared at the girl at the door. Her light blue dress fluttered slightly, like a light blue flower blooming slightly. A pair of watery eyes could be seen on her rosy and alluring face. Heavens, it's Du Yunxin. Why is she here? When the three's gazes landed on the girl before them, their eyes instantly trembled. How could Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji and the rest not recognize the young lady in front of them? Du Yunxin had always been ranked within the top 3 amongst the freshmen. She was the most influential person amongst the freshmen, causing all the male students to secretly want to get close to her. However, it was said that Du Yunxin never got close to any boys, so naturally, no one had the chance. At this moment, Wu Qingfeng and the others had never imagined that the great Du Yunxin would actually appear in their dormitory, and in the chores area at that. Does Du Xiaofu live here? Du Yunxin politely asked Sun Ji and the others while the three were still in a daze. Are you looking for me? Before Du Yunxin could finish her words, the door to Du Xiaofu's room opened, and his figure stepped out into the small living room. Looking at Du Yunxin standing outside the door, his clear eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. Although Du Xiaofu could be considered as one of the new students, due to his cultivation, he did not have much contact with the new students. He was more familiar with the older students from the previous batch. However, Du Xiaofu had seen Du Yunxin before, and had even exchanged blows with her before. When he first entered Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu had exchanged blows with the top 10 new students, and Du Yunxin was one of them. I'm here to look for you. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Du Yunxin's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion on her rosy face. Her voice was still gentle as she said softly, "Can I find a place to talk to you alone?" Looking at Du Yunxin, he recalled what his elder sister Du Xiaoman had said. Back then, his drunkard father was very close to the Du household, and this Du Yunxin was a member of the Du household. Only then did Du Xiaofu nod his head and reply, "Okay." After a while, in the back mountain, mist rose between the mountains, and milky white gauze separated the mountains. The hazy shadows of the mountains looked like a refreshing landscape painting from afar. "Is there something you need from me?" On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath of fresh air, and asked Du Yunxin curiously. Du Yunxin gracefully bowed with a smile in her eyes and said, "Du Yunxin greets Brother Xiaofu." "Brother, when did I become your brother?" Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with astonishment. "According to seniority, you are my cousin." Du Yunxin looked at Du Xiaofu, a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were watery as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Could it be that the Stone City Du family did not tell you about the relationship between the Stone City Du family and the Du household?" "No." Du Xiaofu shook his head. His eldest and second uncles had never mentioned it, and his drunkard father even more so. It was only from his elder sister Du Xiaoman that he learned that the Du household and his drunkard father were very close. "It seems that you still don't know. Your father, Uncle Tingxian, also did not seem to have told you," Du Yunxin said. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly became vigilant. This Du Yunxin actually knew the identity of his drunkard father. This made Du Xiaofu have no choice but to be vigilant. Du Yunxin slowly raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes indicated that Du Xiaofu did not need to worry. She said, "Brother Xiaofu does not need to be nervous. The Du household and the Stone City Du family are originally one family. The Stone City Du household is a branch of the Du household, and the Du household is the main family. We are originally one family, and the blood that flows in our veins is the Du family's blood." Main family, branch family. Du Xiaofu was quite surprised. He did not think that the Stone City Du household and the Du household were actually one family, and even a branch family of the Du household. "You can go back and ask when you have time. I will not lie to you." Du Yunxin pursed her lips and smiled. She said, "Actually, I already knew that you came from a branch family. It's just that your identity is a bit special, so it's not easy to greet you." Du Xiaofu was half believing and half doubtful. Although he felt that this could be true, he still held a bit of vigilance. He asked, "Then why did you come to greet me again today?" "Because in 2 days is the Sky Martial Assembly. I came to cheer you on. You must enter the top 10. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to the Du household." After pausing for a moment, Du Yunxin continued, "That is the main family. One day you will belong there. Good luck. I'll leave first. If I have time, I'll come find you again." Du Yunxin looked at Du Xiaofu. Her voice faded, her dress lightly swayed, and her beautiful figure leapt away. "Main family, branch family," Du Xiaofu murmured. If the Du household and the Du household were really branch family and main family, then why did Big Sister tell him not to trust the Du household too much? Seems like I have to ask Big Sister clearly, Du Xiaofu said in his heart. Compared to Du Yunxin, Du Xiaofu naturally trusted Big Sister Du Xiaoman more. Chi, just when Du Xiaofu was about to leave the mountain peak, his bosom suddenly rippled. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth suddenly changed. A golden light shot out from his bosom, and immediately turned into a sky full of runes that floated in the air. The energy fluctuated, and the surrounding space rippled violently. Rumble, along with the dazzling runes shining, a terrifying aura erupted. It was as if it could sweep across the four directions and suppress everything. It stirred up a large space ripple, and a faintly discernible phantom of a five-fingered mountain peak emerged from the ruins. Is Du Xiaoyao breaking through? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Du Xiaoyao, who had been silent for so long, finally had a reaction. And now she seemed to be breaking through. He immediately became vigilant in the surroundings. The terrifying aura calmed down after a long time. The dazzling runes converged, and finally turned into a little golden macaque. This little macaque's skin was crystal clear, but its hair was brightly colored. Its long and dense eyelashes were slightly curled up, and its light golden eyes were intelligent to the point that it was hard to fathom. It added a mysterious feeling, and it also revealed a noble temperament. It was the red-bone horse monkey that Du Xiaoyao had transformed into. Haha, I'm finally out. Du Xiaoyao converged her aura, and suddenly the mountain peak surged. There was a faint golden mark in the shape of a five-fingered mountain peak between her eyebrows. It flickered like a flame, adding to its mysteriousness, and then slowly converged. About 2 hours later, Du Xiaofu arrived at the Weapon Institute. Junior Du, you came at the right time. I heard that you were expelled from the war realm yesterday, and your points were also erased. What happened? Chapter 381. Du Xiaofu had just arrived at the weapon department when he bumped into Han Chao at the entrance to the small hall. When Han Chao saw Du Xiaofu, he immediately asked with great interest. Looking at Du Xiaoyao on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, he was also rather curious. He asked, Junior Du, what kind of Yao beast is this? Is it your pet beast? Du Xiaofu had no choice but to reply, It's nothing, just a bit of luck. Du Xiaofu did not mention Du Xiaoyao's identity too much. Junior Bingna, Junior Tutong, where are you going? Come over and meet Junior Du Xiaofu. Just as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, two figures, one male and one female, arched their backs slightly at the entrance to the small hall. They seemed to be about to sneak out, but were immediately discovered by Han Chao. Senior Han Chao. The man and woman straightened their bodies and squeezed out a smile on their faces. They immediately walked towards Han Chao and Du Xiaofu. The woman looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she wore tight clothes that outlined the curves of her body. Her face was also extremely delicate and pretty. Although she could not compare to Ouyang Shuang, Gu Xinyan or Wu Kei, she was still pretty good. The man was about the same age as the woman, but he was not as tall as the woman. His body was rather sturdy and his face was also rather clean. Junior Du, let me introduce you. These two are Junior Bingna and Junior Tutong. They can be considered your seniors. Han Chao introduced them to Du Xiaofu enthusiastically with a smile on his face. Greetings, senior sister and senior brother. Du Xiaofu nodded. From what Han Chao had told him, there were only 4 people in the entire weapon department. Other than himself and Han Chao, there were 2 others. They should be Bingna and Tutong. Observing Bingna and Tutong, Du Xiaofu secretly glanced at them. Female blacksmiths were rare. It was said that Bingna had always been in seclusion to study blacksmithing. Tutong seemed to be in the same situation. The last time he went into seclusion, he didn't show up for 3 months. Perhaps he had just come out of seclusion 2 days ago. So you're Du Xiaofu, Junior Du, I've heard about you a long time ago. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Bing Na faintly smiled. Her eyes then fell on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and Du Xiaoyao's broadsword. She was also surprised. Tu Tong looked at Du Xiaofu's shoulder and Du Xiaoyao's broadsword. He looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in his eyes and said, I heard you crippled Changyu and Guoming and captured the Ghost Claw. You're really strong. You've won a lot of glory for our weapon department. Good job. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He didn't know what to say. However, he felt that Bing Na and Tu Tong were quite easy to get along with. They didn't have the arrogance of the other seniors. They were very friendly. Senior Han Chao, I still have something to do. You can have a good chat with Junior Du. I'll be leaving first. After Bing Na finished speaking to Han Chao, she gave Du Xiaofu a wink before leaving in a hurry. She didn't dare to look back. Senior Han Chao, Junior Du, I also have something to do. Let's chat another day. Tu Tong was afraid that he would be a step too late. He also left in a hurry. Sai, Junior Bing Na and Junior Tu Tong are too impatient. They are always in a hurry. As a weapon talisman master, this kind of impatient temperament is quite unfavorable. Gazing at Bing Na and Tu Tong's backs, Han Chao said unhurriedly. Then, he turned to Du Xiaofu and said, Junior Du, where did Junior Li Shui go after looking for you that day? It seems like you two have a close relationship. Junior Du, is that a sword on your back? Why is it on your back? Junior Du, you haven't told me if this little macaque is your pet. Du Xiaofu finally understood why Bing Na and Tu Tong left in a hurry. No wonder they often chose to go into seclusion. Perhaps it was definitely related to Senior Han Chao. Senior Han Chao, I still have something to look for Vice Dean Zhuge. I'll chat with you later. After he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu immediately left in a hurry. He didn't dare to be held back by this Senior Han Chao. This was only his third meeting with Senior Han Chao and he couldn't take it anymore. Du Xiaofu recalled that Bing Na and Tu Tong had been facing each other for more than 3 years. It wasn't hard to imagine why they would rather go into seclusion. Perhaps if he were to meet them, he would also choose to stay in seclusion. Why are you so impatient? As a weapon talisman master, this isn't good. Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, Han Chao said unhurriedly. In the valley courtyard, Du Xiaofu went to look for Zhuge Qiangbang. However, after arriving at Vice Dean Zhuge's courtyard, he discovered that there was a defensive talisman matrix set up outside the courtyard. There's a talisman matrix. Should we go in? Du Xiaoyao asked Du Xiaofu. Ordinary talisman matrices were naturally ineffective against him. We can't go in. Let's go. Du Xiaofu shook his head. Most likely, Vice Headmaster Zhuge was in seclusion and had set up a talisman formation outside to avoid being disturbed. If they went in, they would most likely disturb Vice Headmaster Zhuge's seclusion. Originally, Du Xiaofu wanted to see Vice Dean Zhuge and learn some forging technique. However, he could only leave now and come back next time. However, Du Xiaofu didn't return to the dormitory in the chore house. Instead, he returned to the courtyard he had chosen in the Weapon Institute. He also told Wu Qinfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji that he might often stay in the Weapon Institute in the future. After all, the Weapon Institute was much quieter. With Du Xiaoyao and Little Tiger there in the future, the Weapon Institute would be much more spacious and easier to arrange. Most importantly, the Weapon Institute was extremely quiet. It was much better for cultivation. There wouldn't be any disturbances and he could cultivate without any worries. The Sky Martial Assembly was in 2 days, and Du Xiaofu wanted to spend the last 2 days quietly comprehending. It could be considered his final preparations. The courtyard was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery was lush and verdant. On the bed, Du Xiaofu calmed himself down and sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing. With the Tianwu conference approaching, all of the students could feel the pressure and competition. An intense atmosphere could be vaguely felt rising in the academy. The Tianwu Conference was the most intense and large-scale competition in the entire Tianwu Academy. Only students on the martial ranking were allowed to participate. Just this condition was enough to exclude most of the students. Only students on the martial ranking were allowed to participate, and they represented the top 100 students of Tianwu Academy. Only they were qualified to participate in the competition. Tianwu Academy's martial ranking attracted the attention of the entire empire and even the neighboring empires. Any student on the Tianwu Academy's martial ranking would be able to rise to prominence after stepping out of the academy. There were countless martial marquis who dominated a region. It was said that half of the martial king realm experts in the Stone Dragon Empire came from Tianwu Academy. How shocking was that? Although only the top 100 students on the martial ranking were allowed to participate, it didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the other students. Being able to see the rarely seen experts on the martial ranking gather together and have a fiery duel, such a scene was extremely attractive to all the students. It might even be able to enlighten them. Some of the top experts on the martial ranking had already been selected by many students to enter the top 10. Budian Shanhe General Ling Xian, Gu Xinyan Ghost Child, Netherworld Princess Wu Kei, Heaven Luo Sword, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others were all anticipated. It was a must-see duel. The experts on the martial ranking were all waiting for the start of the Tianwu Assembly. They were waiting for the start of the Tianwu Assembly to shine. As for the other students, they were waiting for the start of the Tianwu Conference. It was already noon the next day and the scorching sun was high up in the sky. In the courtyard by the mountain, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a mystical white light. The white radiance was like a divine radiance, and an oppressive aura spread out. It was not difficult to detect that the oppressive aura was rapidly increasing. At this moment, the speed at which the aura was increasing was enough to stun other soul symbol masters. A few hours later, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the room. Not long after the ripple was emitted, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from Du Xiaofu's body, whose eyes were tightly shut. Boom! In an instant, the white divine radiance enveloping Du Xiaofu's body became extremely dense. His aura was also constantly increasing. In an extremely short period of time, he broke through an invisible bottleneck. All of a sudden, an ancient aura reached a new height. Walala, in the room, the white divine radiance around Du Xiaofu's body spread out along with the aura in his body. The aura was ancient. When the aura completely stabilized, it gradually disappeared into his body. Hugh, following a long breath of turbid air from his throat, Du Xiaofu's eyelashes trembled slightly. His tightly closed eyes slightly opened, and the light in his eyes became brighter and deeper. A 4-star talisman master is mysterious. Feeling the mental energy in his mind's Naiwan palace, a smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. From 8 o'clock until 12 o'clock, 2 chapters of the manuscript were only recovered because the WPS crashed. That kind of feeling, even collapse and wanting to die, are not enough to describe. Let's not talk about it anymore. The more I talk about it, the more tears I will cry. At 6 o'clock, Xiao Yu continued to write. There are more chapters, but brothers, save them for tomorrow. Don't delay your rest, I'll go cry first. Chapter 382. Tianwu Academy. Tomorrow was the Tianwu Conference. Today was the last day to challenge the martial ranking. On the last day, the dozens of rankings on the martial ranking had changed. However, due to the restrictions, there was no way for others to challenge the martial ranking. No one dared to challenge those who were slightly stronger than them. One must know that if one were to offend an expert who was ranked at the top of the martial ranking, the consequences would be unimaginable. If one couldn't defeat the martial ranking, being ridiculed would be a light punishment. In the worst-case scenario, one would be severely injured and the gains would not make up for the losses. Even if one were to challenge the martial ranking, they had to find someone who was on par with them. Otherwise, they would be overestimating themselves and looking for a beating. The sky gradually darkened. On the Peace Plaza, when the last challenge ended with the challenger winning, many spectating students decided to return and wait for the Tianwu conference to begin tomorrow. I didn't expect Dai Ji to defeat Lu Shuangping and enter the last place on the martial ranking. Dai Ji was originally unremarkable. However, he had been cultivating diligently for the past few years. I didn't expect him to enter the martial ranking. I've finally entered the martial ranking. On the plaza, a skinny young man with a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth looked at the setting sun with excitement and joy. To this young man, it was impossible for him to enter the top 10 tomorrow. However, to be able to participate in the Tianwu conference and enter the martial ranking was enough for him to be proud of when he returned to his clan. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky. A faint golden light flickered around the figure as it streaked across the sky like a golden rainbow. In the end, the figure landed beside the skinny young man in the middle of the plaza. The faint golden light receded, and a young man in a purple robe appeared in the field. His figure was straight, and his purple robe fluttered slightly. He had a resolute and handsome face, and his eyes were clear. There was a little golden macaque on his shoulder, and a broad sword wrapped in purple cloth on his back. Du Xiaofu. It's Du Xiaofu. Why is Du Xiaofu here in the Peace Plaza? With the appearance of Du Xiaofu, the figures who were about to leave immediately returned. Pairs of eyes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. In the square, Du Xiaofu looked at the thin young man in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He asked softly, "Senior, what's your name? Did you just win the challenge?" Looking at the sudden appearance of Du Xiaofu, Dai Ji was stunned for 2 breaths before coming back to his senses. Dai Ji had naturally heard of and paid attention to this young man, who was the most dazzling amongst the new students and had even overshadowed the older students on the martial roll. Du! Hello, Junior Du. My name is Dai Ji. I just defeated my opponent and entered the top 100 of the martial ranking. Dai Ji replied, but his gaze was rather uneasy. His tongue was slightly numb when he spoke, and he stuttered. You're challenging someone else today, which means that no one has challenged you yet. In that case, according to the Academy's rules, I can still challenge you, right? Du Xiaofu had a smile in his eyes as he looked at Senior Dai Ji, who had just entered the martial roll, and spoke very sincerely. You still want to challenge me? When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Dai Ji's entire body trembled as his hairs stood on end. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a maleficent existence at the final moment when he had just entered the martial ranking. That's right, I want to challenge you. I have no choice. I still lack a ranking on the martial roll. I'm really sorry. Du Xiaofu smiled, but he felt rather helpless. Previously, he had crippled Guoming because he had helped Ouyang Shuang. Then, he had severely injured Qin Guyu because of a duel. It had nothing to do with the martial roll. So until now, Du Xiaofu was still not on the martial roll. Tomorrow's Tianwu conference could only be attended by those on the martial roll. At the last moment, Du Xiaofu could only come to the Peace Square to ask for a ranking. Coincidentally, he had encountered the unlucky Dai Ji. Du Xiaofu wants to challenge Dai Ji. Dai Ji is in trouble. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the surrounding students could only mourn for Dai Ji. The Academy's rules stated that the challenged only had to accept 1 challenge per day. However, there was no rule that stated that the challenger could reject the challenge after challenging the opponent. Therefore, they could only mourn for Dai Ji. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, everyone was still guessing that Dai Ji would be defeated by Du Xiaofu in a few moves. However, they did not expect Dai Ji to choose to surrender with a depressed and aggrieved expression. He had no intention of fighting with Du Xiaofu at all. Thank you very much, Senior. Dai Ji directly surrendered. Du Xiaofu smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his foot on the ground and immediately left. That night, Du Xiaofu's name finally appeared on the martial roll. However, it was the last 100th place. Even Ouyang Shuang was at the 91st place. Due to Qinggu Yu's death, his name was naturally removed from the martial roll. Therefore, all the rankings on the martial roll moved up by 1 place. The Tianwu conference is finally about to begin. Late at night, in the courtyard, the general looked up at the sky. Under the cover of the moonlight, his faint bronze skin glowed in the night. His facial features were clear and deep, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. You've all been waiting for tomorrow for a long time. Under the moonlight, Gu Xinyan slowly walked out of the pavilion on the mountain peak. Her body was light and tender, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was perfect. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Tomorrow I will fight with all of you. On the towering mountain peak, a dark red robe fluttered in the wind. On Liu Xiao's smooth and fair face, there was a hint of red light in his jet-black eyes, making one's heart tremble when they looked at him. Under the curtain of night, the mountain range was continuous. There was a mountain peak with towering rocks, and on top of the precipitous cliff, there was a pavilion bathed in the moonlight. Below it were deep ravines, and the bottom of the ravine couldn't be seen. Soft mist drifted about, and in this moonlit night everything was quiet. Ghost Child sat in the pavilion, and under his feet was the cliff. He gently held a woman in red in his arms. He slightly raised his head, and his facial features were clear as if they were carved. His appearance gave off an unrestrained feeling, but the light in his eyes made people dare not underestimate him. The faint aura on his body rippled, and a little evil aura spread out, which made people unconsciously feel a chill in their hearts. Tomorrow is the Tianwu conference. Is there any hope for first place? The woman in red slightly raised her head from Ghost Child's arms. Her bright red clothes covered her body, and her white jade-like breasts were gently pressed against Ghost Child's body. It was Princess Yuming Wu Quebec. First place is too difficult. It depends on luck, Ghost Child said softly. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of fierceness. He gently stroked Wu Kei's waterfall-like black hair. Between the general and Gu Xinyan, who will win tomorrow? Wu Kei's big eyes were charming, but her face was elegant without makeup. There is one more person. That ferocious boy will be their absolutely formidable opponent, Ghost Child said softly, and there was a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Ghost Child, Wu Kei smiled faintly. Her entire body gave off a soft and tender feeling. She said softly, I also think that the ferocious guy will be their formidable opponent tomorrow. We might not have much to do tomorrow, Ghost Child said softly. Ghost Child said softly. He looked at the face in front of him, and some emotions surged in his eyes. He bent down and lowered his head. On his handsome face, his lips gently landed on those tender and alluring red lips. Wu Kei seemed to want to say something, but she could no longer speak. Then her hands wrapped around those sturdy shoulders, and her strength became tighter and tighter. Tomorrow, we will know whether those little fellows are dragons or worms. The champion of the Tianwu Assembly will receive a weapon personally refined by Vice Principal Zhuge, using the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine. I wonder who will receive it. In a quaint and secluded little courtyard, several elders spoke softly. This night was exceptionally long for many people, but it was also exceptionally short for some people. But no matter what, after one night, under many expectant gazes, dawn finally arrived. Dawn was like a sharp sword that split open the silent night, ushering in the first ray of dawn. The faint radiance illuminated the mountains. At this moment, many students in the academy retracted their hand seals and opened their eyes. Their auras surged. Swoosh, swoosh, following which, figures leaped up from various parts of the academy and headed straight for the Peace Plaza. The odd job area, the freshman area, the seniors area, and so on. Figures headed there one after another, and their auras surged, causing ripples in the air. The Tianwu Assembly was undoubtedly the grandest event in Tianwu Academy, and no one wanted to miss it. They had been waiting for it for a long time, and today, it was finally going to begin. In the Weapon Institute, in a courtyard that was surrounded by mountains and rivers, a purple-robed youth sat cross-legged with the violet-gold heavenly tower on his back. The ancient white glow around his body slowly retracted, and his eyelashes fluttered. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened, and a bright light flickered in them. A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his mouth. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, and sensing the unusual movements in the academy, a smile appeared on the purple-robed youth's face. Within his clear eyes, a faint golden glow flickered. His battle intent began to rise, revealing a domineering aura. He muttered in a low voice, "Champion of the martial ranking. It's 7 o'clock today. I'm going to continue crying." Chapter 383. This time, the Heaven Martial Assembly was directly linked to the martial ranking. After tidying up, Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao left the courtyard. Just as they were about to leave the weapon department and head to the Peace Plaza to participate in today's Heaven Martial Assembly, they saw Han Chao, Bing Na, and Tu Tong. "Junior brother Du, you should be participating in the Heaven Martial Assembly, right? You're a student of the weapon department, so the three of us will accompany you. Although there aren't many of us, we represent the entire weapon department to cheer for you." Han Chao was as enthusiastic as ever when he saw Du Xiaofu. "Our weapon department has always been suppressed by the other departments. This time, we'll have to rely on you to help our weapon department vent our anger," said Tu Tong. His small body was very sturdy, and the light in his eyes could not be underestimated. "Good luck, everyone in our weapon department will support you," said Bing Na with a smile. Bing Na said with a smile. She then looked at Du Xiaoyao and said softly, "What a cute monkey." Hearing this, Du Xiaoyao completely ignored these words, pretending not to have heard them. Looking at Han Chao, Bing Na, and Tu Tong in front of him, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of familiarity. He nodded and the four of them headed to the Peace Plaza. The Peace Plaza was usually the place where new and old students of the academy challenged each other. Any grand event of the academy would also be held in the Peace Plaza. Early in the morning, figures from all over the academy had already arrived. Before the sun had completely risen, the surroundings of the plaza were already filled with countless black heads. Among the densely packed and bustling crowd, there were many sounds of discussion. The sound waves spread in all directions. There were even more people than the people from the Divine Light Court who had come to cause trouble last time. The Heaven Martial Assembly was attended by all the students of the Academy. Adding to the fact that the Heaven Martial Seal Realm had closed last night, all the students who had been in seclusion had come out and gathered today. When Du Xiaofu, Han Chao, Bing Na, and Tu Tong arrived at the Peace Square, they weren't surprised to see the dense crowd. To Du Xiaofu, the people at the Mu family's auction house were not inferior to them. However, the difference was that the talents of the new and old students in the Peace Square could not be underestimated. When they walked out in the future, they would definitely be able to shock everyone. The crowd at the Mu family's auction house could not be compared to them. Of course, there were many top-notch experts at the Mu family trading company's auction that day. "Brother!" As the crisp voice rang out, Du Xiaoqing's butterfly-like figure fluttered over. Her gaze then landed on Du Xiaoyao. Ripples appeared in her pure and innocent eyes, as if she had sensed something. Du Xiaoyao looked at Du Xiaoqing, her pale golden spirit eyes moving slightly. Then, she said in a low voice, "Your bloodline is not low. What a cute macaque. Brother, can you give her to me to play with?" A short moment later, Du Xiaoqing returned to normal. That faint feeling disappeared and she no longer cared. Instead, she began to have her eyes on Du Xiaoyao. "Little girl, I'm your brother. How dare you not respect me?" Du Xiaoyao immediately glared at Du Xiaoqing. He had already learned about Du Xiaoqing's identity from a chat with Du Xiaofu yesterday, so he wasn't surprised. Hearing Du Xiaoyao speak, Han Chao, Bing Na, and Tu Tong were all stunned. Du Shaoqing was no exception. She then looked at Du Xiaoyao in confusion. You're clearly a macaque. How can you be my brother? Girl, he's your second brother, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaofu said with a smile as he stroked Du Xiaoqing's hair. No, I'm the big brother, not the second brother, Du Xiaoyao immediately said. Du Xiaoyao immediately said. He was clearly much older than Du Xiaofu. If Du Xiaoqing called him that, it would undoubtedly make him shorter in front of Du Xiaofu in the future. Du Xiaoqing looked at Du Xiaoyao, then at Du Xiaofu, and finally at Du Xiaoyao, second brother. Little girl, Du Xiaoyao immediately glared at Du Xiaoqing. Don't worry about it. You're the second brother, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. You're the second brother, Du Xiaoyao glared at Du Xiaofu and said grumpily. As Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao bickered, several more figures slowly walked over. Du Xiaoman and O Yangshuang were at the front, followed by LV Jiashua and Zhang Lu. Du Xiaofu was familiar with the two of them, so he nodded at them in greeting. We should go in, O Yangshuang said to Du Xiaofu after arriving beside him. Do your best. I'll cheer for you. You have to make it into the top 10, Du Xiaoman said. Okay, Du Xiaofu nodded at Du Xiaoman before following O Yangshuang to the square. Du Xiaoyao did not follow them. Her eyes moved slightly, and in the end, she landed on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder. Second brother, are you a beast? A monkey? Du Xiaoqing looked at Du Xiaoyao curiously and asked. Your second brother, No, I'm your eldest brother. I'm not a beast, nor am I a monkey. Du Xiaoyao was about to break down. How could everyone think that he was a monkey? But you're clearly a monkey. If you're not a monkey, then what are you? Du Xiaoqing blinked her innocent eyes and asked unrelentingly. Du Xiaoyao stared helplessly at Du Xiaoqing and said, If you say another word, I'll tell Du Xiaofu not to bring you out to play in the future. All right. Du Xiaoqing clicked her tongue and immediately stopped talking. O Yangshuang led Du Xiaofu to the side of the square, where there was a special passage for the martial role students. It was less crowded, so they could easily enter the square. O Yangshuang whispered to Du Xiaofu, Senior Li Shui told me to tell you that she's gone back to Jia. See you if you have the chance in the future. Why did she go back? Du Xiaofu was surprised to hear this. You destroyed Qinguyu. She probably felt uneasy and wanted to personally escort Qinguyu back. O Yangshuang sighed softly and said, I'm afraid that once she goes back, the family behind Qinguyu will definitely come looking for her. She might be in a lot of trouble then. I tried to persuade her, but she insisted on sending Qinguyu back. I hope she's fine. I hope she's fine, Du Xiaofu said softly. Although this matter was related to him, he did not regret it in his heart at all. After a while, Du Xiaofu followed O Yangshuang to the center of the square. The square was densely packed with people outside a yellow line. It was obvious that the center of the square was where the Tianwu assembly would be held today. The spectators were unable to get close. At the center of the square, there were already 80 to 90 young men and women standing there. They were all extraordinary people, and every one of them was an outstanding existence among their peers. They're all on the martial roll. You should have seen some of them already. As for the others, you'll naturally get to know them in the future. But today they're all your opponents, including me. O Yangshuang said softly. Du Xiaofu smiled as he stared at the group of young men and women. Indeed, they were all extraordinary. Among them, Luo Tianchen, Zhu Ding, Xiang Tianin, Bing Qianli, Qin Lang, Guo Qing and the others were all ranked on the martial rankings. It's Du Xiaofu. I heard that Du Xiaofu was on the martial roll yesterday. Du Xiaofu, do your best. Following Du Xiaofu's arrival, many of the spectating students began to discuss. There were even supporters who began to shout loudly. The martial role experts who had already arrived also turned to look at each other. Luo Tianchen, Bing Qianli, Guo Qing and the others passed through the crowd and nodded at Du Xiaofu. As he listened to the bustling noises around him and gazed at the experts on the martial ranking in front of him, Du Xiaofu's heart began to burn with excitement. 10 years of being a foolish young master had made Du Xiaofu's mind much more mature than his peers. It had also cultivated Du Xiaofu's tenacious and resolute character. The training in the dark forest and the savage beast mountain range had also allowed Du Xiaofu to gradually develop a domineering will and a decisive character. But when all was said and done, Du Xiaofu was only 17 years old now. At this moment, it was impossible for a 17-year-old youth to remain unmoved when facing the experts on the martial rankings of the entire academy and this grand event that countless powers of the empires were paying attention to. How confident are you in getting into the top 10? Ouyang Shuang asked as she looked at the smile on Du Xiaofu's face. Her large and beautiful eyes blinked as she looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Getting into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. My goal is to get first place." Du Xiaofu smiled. Facing this kind of atmosphere, his heart was also filled with passion. He was quite confident about getting into the top 10. His final goal was naturally to get first place in the Tianwu assembly. Only by getting first place would he be able to obtain the weapon refined by Vice Principal Zhuge. Fighting for first place are General Budian Shanhe, Fairy Maiden Gu Xinyan, Nine Nether Youth, Ghost Child, Princess Netherworld Wu Kei, and Qianluo Sword Guo Xiaofeng. They are all formidable opponents. Ouyang Shuang pursed her lips and smiled. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu knew how powerful those fellows were. He smiled faintly and said, "A lion will not hold back when hunting a rabbit. If they want to get first place, they will have to get my permission." As his voice faded, faint golden light flickered in Du Xiaofu's eyes, faintly revealing a domineering aura. "It's Nine Nether Youth, Ghost Child, and Princess Netherworld Wu Quebec, and Demon Extermination Sword Li Yuxiao. Mad Bull Mang Hao, who is even rarer than General Gu Xinyan, is also here. Ice Python by Yichuan is also here. Look, Qianluo Sword Guo Xiaofeng, Fairy Maiden Gu Xinyan, and General Budian Shanhe are all here." On the special passage, silhouettes came out in a single file. Following the appearance of these silhouettes, the spectators all around burst into an uproar. Sounds of discussion and cheers converged together, resounding through the clouds. The atmosphere reached its first peak. Du Xiaofu looked in the direction of the gaze. Among those silhouettes, most of them were quite familiar. General Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Li Yuxiao, and the others all came together. There were also several young men with outstanding temperament. Even when they walked together with General Gu Xinyan and Ghost Child, they were not suppressed at all. The aura around them was enough to represent their status and strength. Chapter 384. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin, you should know most of the others. The 6th on the martial roll, Mang Hao, the 7th, by Yichuan, and the 10th, by Mingfeng, the Fire Blade, and Qinguyu, the Overlord Spear, are now 8th on the martial roll. You have to pay more attention to these three. The others shouldn't be much of a threat to you, Ouyang Shuang whispered into Du Xiaofu's ear. Just as Du Xiaofu was sizing up the general and the others, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and Li Yuxiao also looked at Du Xiaofu. They looked at each other with faint smiles on their faces. "Do you think we'll have a chance to fight today? Last time, it wasn't fun at all." Demon Saber Li Yuxiao walked up to Du Xiaofu's side. Looking at the 100 or so people on the martial roll, he smiled and said, "But we'll have to send the others down first. I don't want to meet you at the start. I'll wait for you." Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. Battle intent began to surge in his eyes. "What are you guys talking about? Are you guys going to team up?" Ghost Child and Princess Netherworld Wu Kei walked up to Li Yuxiao and Du Xiaofu's side. Their eyes glowed as they swept across the 80 or 90 experts on the martial roll who had arrived first. "According to the rules, we'll have to eliminate a group of people first. When the time comes, we'll send those who aren't strong enough to make up the numbers down first, lest they get in the way and spoil the fun." "That's what I was thinking," Liu Xiao smiled faintly. A faint red light flickered in his eyes. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu listened to their conversation. From the looks of it, there were different levels on the martial roll. Those with similar cultivation levels would gather together. Based on one's strength, one would come into contact with different circles. You're Du Xiaofu, right? I heard you crippled Qianguyu. That's quite ruthless. A young man in a white shirt walked up to Du Xiaofu. His eyes flickered with a faint light as he stared at Du Xiaofu. The gaze in his eyes was like that of a python, and the invisible aura around him was somewhat cold. Ice Python by Yichuan is friends with Qianguyu. They once trained together, Yang Shuang whispered to Du Xiaofu. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he could guess Bai Yichuan's intentions, but he didn't reveal any of it. He looked at Bai Yichuan with his clear eyes and said, Qianguyu wants to fight, he's just not strong enough. I hope you can stay until the end. I also want to know how Qianguyu lost. Bai Yichuan's expression did not change, but some displeasure that was difficult to detect flashed across his eyes. If there is a chance, you will find out. Du Xiaofu looked straight at Bai Yichuan as he indifferently replied. Bai Yichuan, he's not your opponent. I'm afraid you're still not strong enough. Don't embarrass yourself. Ghost Child glanced at Bai Yichuan indifferently. His sharp and cold aura fluctuated faintly. He did not take Bai Yichuan too seriously, as if he was standing up for Du Xiaofu on purpose. Ghost Child, what do you mean? Bai Yichuan looked at Ghost Child when he heard this. His expression was somewhat ugly. Although he usually did not place Ghost Child in his eyes, he instinctively felt some fear when he looked at Ghost Child. After all, Ghost Child's ranking was higher than his. He also knew how terrifying Ghost Child's strength was. Ghost Child means that you're not strong enough, so don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke. Qianguyu deserved what happened to him. Just don't be the next one. A voice sounded out indifferently. Everyone in the surroundings immediately narrowed their eyes and looked over when they heard the voice. They saw a stalwart young man striding over. His face seemed like a statue, and his invisible aura seemed to occupy the sky and be able to suppress the mountains and rivers. He was the first on the martial rankings, the general of mountains and rivers. Bai Yichuan looked as if he wanted to say something as he stared at the general. However, in the end, he did not say anything. What else could he say in the face of the general who did not touch mountains and rivers? He could only secretly glance at Du Xiaofu as the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Du Xiaofu looked at the general and smiled faintly in greeting. The general looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled faintly. Do you think we'll have a chance to fight today? Du Xiaofu raised his brows before smiling. He looked at the general and smiled. If I have the chance, I'll give you a beating with all my strength. The general was stunned. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and frowned. I'll do my best as well. While the people in the plaza were chatting, the surrounding spectators were filled with respect as they chanted the names of the experts one after another. Any student of Tianwu Academy was extraordinary in the outside world. Those on the martial ranking, especially the general of mountains and rivers, Ling Xian, Jade Maiden, Gu Xinyan, and the others, were existences at the pinnacle of the martial ranking. No one could shake their position. Facing these rare existences, regardless of whether the other students admitted it or not, they were filled with reverence and admiration for these existences at the pinnacle of the martial ranking. It was the same in Tianwu Academy as well. Buzz, suddenly, a melodious sound of a bell rang out in the noisy Peace Plaza. As the sound of the bell rang out, the noisy surroundings gradually quietened down. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as the sound of the bell rang out, many teachers stood respectfully in a corner of the plaza. There were over 30 chairs in front of them. Dozens of figures flew through the air and appeared in front of the chairs. Powerful auras spread out. They were Elder Sun, Elder He Hu, Elder Liao, Elder Murongxi, and the others. Today, 3 old men stood in front of Elder He Hu, Elder Liao, and the others. They looked to be in their 70s or 80s. Although their figures looked old, they were brimming with vitality. The invisible aura rippling from their bodies caused one to tremble the more one looked at them. Martial kings, 3 martial kings. Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly trembled. The auras of the 3 old men were all martial kings. Their auras were not inferior to the Medicine King, Mu Mingqing, and the others. They are the inner courtyard's first elder, second elder, and third elder. They rarely show their faces in the Tianwu assembly. It is said that within the inner courtyard, there are some elders who are always in seclusion. They rarely show their faces in public, even if they are in seclusion for tens of years or even tens of years. Ouyang Shuang lowered her voice and whispered into Du Xiaofu's ears. She had unintentionally heard this from Uncle Shi when they were chatting. As expected of the Tianwu Academy, which has thousands of years of history behind it, Du Xiaofu was truly moved. Only now did he truly understand Tianwu Academy's background. It was no wonder that the powers in the surrounding empires and dark forest did not dare to provoke Tianwu Academy. The ones they truly feared were the terrifying elders in the inner academy. Those inner institute elders rarely showed themselves in public for dozens of years. Outsiders had no idea how many of them there were. Each of the inner institute elders had endured for dozens of years, or even dozens of years in solitude, cultivating in seclusion. No one knew how powerful they had become, so no one dared to provoke them. Just as Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, a gray-robed old man with shoulder-length white hair stepped forward. He was the inner academy's first elder that Ouyang Shuang had mentioned earlier. The great elder walked out and glanced at the tens of thousands of spectators around the Peace Square. His old voice rang out, "The Sky Martial Arts Assembly is held once every 20 years. The martial arts ranking will participate. The same rules apply. In the first round of elimination, everyone will attack. Whoever defeats their opponent will get 1 point. In the end, 20 people will enter the second round of elimination. The person with the highest points will fight the person with the lowest point. The last 10 people who win will enter the Sky Martial Arts Seal Realm to cultivate for half a year." The first elder paused for a moment before continuing. "The Tianwu Assembly this time is a little different. The final champion will be chosen, and the champion will be given a weapon personally forged by Zhuge Zhuge using the profound spirit Heavenly Vine. During the competition, no one is allowed to intentionally harm others, or else they will be severely punished. Those who lose will have to leave the stage, or else bear the consequences." As the first elder's words fell, a dazzling rune suddenly blossomed on a huge jade wall at the corner of the plaza. On the jade wall there were 100 rankings. The first place was a dazzling golden light, and that was the general. The last place was a dazzling rune, and that was Du Xiaofu. This jade wall was a miniature version of the martial ranking. Chi-Lala on the plaza, the top 100 experts of the martial ranking were staring at the miniature version of the martial ranking. They wanted to advance further on the martial ranking. In the following elimination round, the battle intent in their gazes swelled, and waves of aura quietly fluctuated. The first elder's right arm shook and his gray robe fluttered. His aged voice immediately resounded throughout the Peace Plaza. "The Tianwu Assembly will now begin." Boom! As the first elder's voice fell, the aura of the top 100 experts of the martial ranking soared into the sky, and the entire Peace Plaza rumbled. In the air, there was a faint gust of wind and clouds. That aura was soul-shaking, and many elders were moved. At the same time, the elders all moved back and sat down. On the plaza, the experts of the martial ranking moved and spread out. Waves of shocking aura surged into the sky. The hearts of the spectators rippled, and their eyes trembled. The battle that they had been waiting for so long had finally begun. The Tianwu Assembly was about to begin.